So last time I said I was going to do some main quest stuff last time. And I say that. I say a lot of things when I stream. However, I got a little bit sidetracked for once in the sewers and other side quest things, other explorative things. However, better late than never. I decided, okay, I'm just gonna. We wrapped up at the sewers for now. We at least explored as much as we could, and then I was like, okay, well, there's one side quest in town. Let's see what this is all about, and it involves this gentleman. Well, actually, not him, but his boss or his master, who is curious about the artifact that we sold in town a day or two ago, or a few streams, I guess one stream ago. We'd sold something in town that was quite valuable, and his boss is a collector of such things. And this guy's beckoning us as he invited us over to this lad's manor.
I work as a guard at Umbacano Manor.
Umbacano.
My name is Ushija.
I am one of his guard dogs. No more, no less. He pays us well to guard his many treasures. This is enough for me.
It's more a guard lizard, really. Or would he be a guard amphibian? I guess more of a lizard, really, because he doesn't need water.
Be seeing you. If you'll just follow me, I will take you directly to my master.
So that's exactly it. We need to meet this guy's boss.
Very good. Please follow me.
Because it sounds like he might be able to pay us handsomely for more similar artifacts. It sounds like this guy's probably fairly well connected. And is a accomplished treasure collector of sorts. Hold on, I want to peruse your book, see if there's anything cool here. So how far are we so far? I have done very little with the main quest. In fact, my only engaging with the main quest has been the very beginning. So I still have the amulet that I need to turn in. Here it is, the Amulet of Kings. I still got that shit. So I need to deliver that. In fact, I'm probably going to be delivering that in tonight's stream, because what's going to happen is that my idea, at least, is that this was going to be the last major thing I wanted to do in town before we go to the Arcane University. I just want to check out the university, just see what's out there. Then once we do that, that's my last thing in the Imperial City, the Imperial capital, rather. Yeah, I guess just called Imperial City. What a creative name for a capital. Well, it's in the Imperial province of Cyrodiil, and it's the capital. What do we call the Imperial capital city? Let's call it the Imperial City. So anyway, so this will be our last kind of major thing in Imperial City. After that, I think what we'll do is we'll embark towards wherever we're to deliver. Wherever we are to deliver the amulet. I can't remember where it is. I could look it up, obviously. Oh, I think that's it, actually. Win in priority. I think that's it. So, and there will be probably side quests and things to explore along the way, things to get distracted by. So, I kind of have a general idea of what to do. Oh man, could I just bust into here? Will they just let me do it? They could. Or is it the basement? They don't often have the sexy stuff in the basement. Let's follow this guy. Let's be good boys. Good boys and girls. Hello? Here we go. The steps were too big. Yeah, look at that. That first step is a doozy.
Ah, the treasure hunter. Please, have a seat.
So that must be the man. The man with the plan and also the toilet swirl hairstyle. Oh, that's awesome, Gabi. Working at a gaming center. Yeah, that sounds fantastic, man. Handle customers in between. That's awesome, man. Yeah, that sounds fun. I hope you had, like, you know, ample opportunity to indulge, and you know, hopefully, like, there were days where it was like super chill and quiet.
You may recognize that statue over there on the table, the very one that you recently sold for less than its true worth. As you may know, I am
Like his
somewhat an
judgmental stare.
enthusiast for Iliad antiquities. In
Iliad,
my
that's what it's
own
called.
modest way, I have amassed a rather considerable collection.
Iliad artifacts. Kind of like
I have
Dwemer
recently
artifacts in
become
Morrowind.
interested in obtaining the complete set of these ancient statues. I believe that 10 still exist. No mere shopkeeper knows their true worth. If you bring them to me when you find them, I will pay you double for each one.
Because as you probably already know, Gabi, this is my first time playing it, and I've played the fuck out of Morrowind over the years, but Oblivion's always been this mythical game of like, one of these days I'm going to get around to it. Because it's such a meaningful game to so many people, I knew it was going to be good. And it is. It is indeed quite good.
I am looking for the complete set of 10 for my
I'm still early on, but I'm enjoying it so far.
They were once part of the Temple of the Ancestors in the ancient Iliad capital. Through my research, I have learned that they were removed from the temple before its sacked by men. I believe they were hidden in various Iliad settlements across Cyrodiil, although I do not know the exact location of any of them. Why? Have you already found another statue for me?
Not yet. Working on it.
Well then, you have work to do. I will continue to search the archives for any clues to the statue's locations.
So I'm guessing we'll just need to look for more ruins and or temples or whatever that was. More ruins similar to the ones we explored earlier. Is it a very distinct type of architecture? I'm guessing that's what we're going to watch for. Similar to how in Morrowind, Daedric ruins had a very specific architecture. Dwemer ruins, Dunmer strongholds, like all these kinds of dungeons. You could tell from afar what they were and have a general idea of what to expect, although there were always surprises.
The Doomstones are a mystery. Are they traces of the mythic times, or creations of ancient beast folk or lost races of mer or men? You know it as White Gold Tower, the center of the ancient Iliad capital of Nibene. It was brutally sacked thousands of years ago by humans led by a lesser.
Second time he's used the word
The
sacked.
Imperial City is built
as a
over
verb.
the ruins of that ancient city.
That's interesting. I didn't know that, yeah.
It was brutally
Imperial
sacked
City is built over the
thousands of
ruins
years
of this
ago
ancient city. Wow, that's interesting, yeah. So,
You know it as White. It was brutally sacked.
yeah, by
thousands
humans led by... Oh, yeah, so interesting. So, yeah, so the Imperial City was constructed through an imperialist kind of takeover of sorts. Interesting, yeah.
Stop talking.
Stop talking, I want to read. What a nerd. Don't mind me just perusing your collection. Just got a nice little display case here. It's very hard. Same TBH. He said that you like might recognize that thing over there, and he doesn't have it on display yet. I'm guessing he will soon. It's not a crime to like look in someone's chest. Pelagius. The reason that caught my eye is because there's a town in Morrowind called Pelagiad or Pelagiad. It's Atticus. Ooh, his attic might have the good shit. You know what? I could probably gamer that shit. Except it's very hard. Ooh, yeah. Only have 3 lockpicks. I don't know how fancy I'm feeling. Oh, that would be rather dashing if I could manage that. Oh, there it is. There's a thing. Iliad statue, which I could probably just re-steal. But then he would find it on the market again, probably. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. But I am looking for opportunities to be a sniveling little bastard. So, yeah, I'm going to try to steal some shit out from underneath him. But, of course, anything I steal, I can't resell anyway. The shopkeepers wouldn't buy it. So like, it'd be nice to peruse and see what's out here. There's a reason why I saved, by the way. Because I know, because I'm not going to try this for hours and hours, but I'm going to try it for like a few minutes. See if I can get this shit. Damn it. Yeah, I'm just going to try it a few times. But yeah, I'm just more curious like to see what he's got. But I probably won't steal anything. Or if I do steal anything, it'll be gold. Or like if he has any cool weapons. But I wouldn't expect him to. I know exactly, Gabi. Maybe the way that they metagame it is that they have some kind of system where when a shopkeeper has, well, no, it wouldn't make sense for a shop. When an owner has an object, they brand it in some way, or they mark it in some way. So that way, like, the ownership is indisputable. And there's like some kind of safeguard along those ways, or maybe there's a magic solution for it. I don't know, but there's something along those lines that that like civilized owners do, but bandits, excuse me, for some reason don't. Or if bandits do it, do, then shopkeepers are able to ignore it because they can somehow tell, oh, this owner was a bandit, or is or was a bandit. You know, they're not a law-abiding citizen, so we can disregard the brand that is associated with this object. But how could they know that detail? How could they know that, yeah, that like a branded object is owned by a law-abiding citizen versus being owned, fucking hell, being owned by a roguish character? It's really hard to say. Like I could try to imagine some kind of Deus Ex Machina solution for it, but yeah, it really does feel like it's just a gamified way to say to discourage trouncing through people's attics and basements and selling shit for money, which was a great way to make money in Morrowind, as long as you didn't try to sell something back to the person from whom you stole it. Damn, I am doing an awful job. I'll try it a few more times, but I don't want to spend forever doing this. Some form of theory. Yeah, if there was some kind of theory, because yeah, it feels like a stretch. Like I really can't think of a way to explain it that covers all the bases. It feels pretty goofy no matter how you attack it, honestly. And I think they have something similar in Skyrim, but I think there's a way around it in Skyrim. I think there's a thing you can get, or a spell you can cast, or something that allows you to get around that restriction, but I don't really know. Anyway, so we did get through here. We have an easy lock here. An average lock here. Yeah, so if nothing else, it's good experience for cracking locks and such. Save again. So it should be much easier. Oh, why I say that? Okay, these might just be guest rooms, I'm supposing. A hard jewelry box. If I had a crap ton of lockpicks, I'd be able to do some cool gamer shit, but I don't, so I can't. Yeah, I'll try it, but once again, yeah, you would need some very good lockpicking skills or lockpicking numbers. Whoa! Okay, I thought the game lagged for a second there. Ah, fuck! I was doing well for a second there. Thankfully, quick loading is very quick. So it's like I'm able to keep my progress, keep my momentum rather, pretty easily. That one I was a little bit not so sure about. Ah, fuck! I had some momentum, man. I hacked it. Already going up though, baby. Yes, sir. Now 23 is still quite low in the grand scheme of things, but we're getting there. And again, this will all become a non-issue once we get more spells. Oh, see, I don't think I actually can take any of these, because it would be stolen good. Zzz. Actually, it'd be a clothing item, I suppose. Yeah, copper ring. See, yeah. So get it out of here. It's more for the experience. I don't think this guy would really have a lot for money, per se. Look at this handsome green bedspread. Yeah, probably not a lot of cool weapons. I'll take your food. So I can make some weird potions. Yeah, in fact, maybe I should look for more food I can steal. Oh, it's empty. I could drink his wine. This cheap wine. Getting a lot of mileage out of these 2-hole lockpicks, aren't I? Ooh, okay, this might actually have some more potion thingies. I'm gonna go and close this. Steal his shovel. Steal his pants. That's the real gamer move. Another hard one. Ooh, yeah. Remember that one barrel that was locked? A locked barrel in the, outside the, like, the dock areas. Do I have exactly 25? Wow, I have exactly 2,500 gold. Exactly. No more, no less. All these hard chests. And they probably don't really have anything amazing. But what if they do? What if they do have something amazing? What if it turns out I'm a foolish fool for ignoring it? Remember that one time I said I wouldn't get distracted? And like go off the rails in a game like in this game? That was a lie. I'm also telling myself that this is good practice. And I think it is. I think it is good practice. Picking these locks and whatnot. And it is leveling our security skill. Albeit slowly. I probably should have saved after that, shouldn't I? Actually, yeah, well... Do I want that potion? Yeah, sure, I'll go and grab it. Go and grab that potion real quick. It's a nice to have. Gotta be patient, man. You gotta be patient. That's the strat. Is that a... Oh, it's part of the wall. Oh, that's something that caught my eye. My eyeballs remain uncaptured. What if in one of these chests there's like something incredible? What if there's something where I just feel like I like a foolish fool had I left it? $5 gold, look at that. So worth it. I just feel like the one thing I don't check is the one I'll regret the most. What's up, Ogasso? We're doing some gamer shit. Trying to pick some locks with a single lockpick left. Ogasso, I think it was you who said, "Well, Alex, you enjoy picking locks so much, you should put more skills into security." And I was like, "Nah, we'll get spells that can handle that for us." Little did I realize I'd be seeing like top tier locks this early in the game, and now I'm regretting my choices. Although once we get those spells, we'll be in good shape. But until then, we have to make do with not the bestest numbers, which means we're more reliant on my gamer skills. And I like to think we're getting better at it. Fuck. Not perfect, but getting better. We're getting better at picking these locks. You did. Elgaso said, "I tried to warn you, you nerdy ass." Now it's like, nah, it can't be that bad. Narrator's voice. Turns out Alex was wrong. A rare occurrence of Alex being wrong in a video game. So, like, these are nice, right? Like, these are nice, but yeah, I can't use any of those. So I will take my business elsewhere. Got this average lock over here. We'll try that one. Oh, and we got black power. Yeah. Switch them out. Now I always like to go to webcam mode whenever I do this, so we can truly appreciate the hard work of our bomber friends. Gabby, you are huge, by the way. The hard work of our bomber friends, watching over our streams, making sure we are having a good time and feeling welcomed. Like whenever they have the little hands raised up, it's like they're waving at us. So nice. All right, little bomber friend. You are up. Don't let us down. Gabi, you're huge. No, it's what I said, Gabi. I said it. And I meant it. I meant every word. Yeah, let's go ahead and crack this open. I'm guessing this will probably take us back to the main area, the main manor. So it's probably not like anything super exciting, but it could be medium exciting. Also, the average lock feels so easy compared to the spicy shit we were dealing with earlier. In fact, this is back to the main... Oh, a banquet hall of sorts. I can go to the basement easily. Oh man, I could be a sneaky man's. Easy door. Oh my god, I could just rob them for all their food. I'm gonna be very stealthy, okay? No one will have any idea that I struck. They'll have no idea. No idea at all that a food caper occurrence has happened here. Ka-thump. I'm being very stealthy, you see. See, look how subtle this is. Whoops, hold on, that one apple put me over the limit. I should make some potions. I have many. A lot of strawberries. Let's start with the Nern root. Nothing. Okay, never mind. I have a lot of things that'll probably just do restore fatigue. Nothing with the mandrake. Ooh, excuse me. Let's do strawberries and apples, which actually sounds quite nice. It's just juice. So we're now a journeyman of alchemy, which I think means level 50. Which means this is our highest level attribute, I do believe. You can identify the first 3 effects. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove those. I'm going to look at other things now. Like the green leaf, for instance. Apples and green leaf, damage luck. Perfect. Now we can get more potion diversity. Which is exactly what I was hoping. Nern root. None of it. Never mind. Nern root, get it out of here. Rat meat. Bread. Detect life. Cool. How's about mandrake root and garlic? Actually, instead of that, let's do corn. No, let's do... Okay, it's all damage agility, apparently. Oops, all damage agility. Nice. I said there was going to be more potion diversity. I didn't mean it was going to be good potions, but they exist. Yeah, so many of it's still going to be restore fatigue. In fact, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for the weird stuff. So let's go back to, yeah, blackberries and strawberries, more juice. And you get cheese wedges and apples, cheese wedges and carrots. Like that, then it gets a little bit weird. And there we go. So once again, so stealthy. No one will have any idea. Look at this one who just falls through with the carpet a little bit. A few more strawberries. And a plate that I didn't really want. So I threw it on the ground. Or a bowl that I didn't really want. So I threw it on the ground. So you can go to the basement. Easy. That poor guy's gonna be like, man, why do we invite this guy over? He always
How dare you steal from me?
steals our food. How did you know? Really? Hold on, how do I look at my numbers? Bounty of 1, sure enough. Ain't that some shit? Hold on, let me unlock the door so you can accost me. Was it you?
Good to see you again, sir. Indeed. Shall I show you up? Dull grow shug, always. Leave me alone.
There must have been something where like they...
What do you...
I figured they would like, you know,
Good day.
talk shit on me. Well, a bounty of 1 is pretty small. I could just reload the save. Is there anything that I would lose if the guards were to harass me? I think the only thing is this guy. It's Mortar and Pestle. I'm gonna reload the save. I just want to see what it is that they saw me gank. It's a shame though, I just made all those potions. Oh, I think it was... Was it something in here? No. Oh, it was probably the stuff here.
It's all over, lawbreaker.
There it is.
Your spree is at an end.
I was hoping he would do the thing.
You have. The next move is yours. Pay your fine, or I'll haul you away.
Resist. Imagine resisting arrest for like a single a bounty of 1. So that means that yeah, it probably pays to be sneaky then. When you're robbing a place like this, even though there is a door separating you, you apparently can still be detected. Unless, well, no, that door is locked. Unless they got in through some other means. I know the one bounty exactly, D-Man. Yeah, it's so weird. So I think it was this one. Like, I think that right there was the one that was the straw that broke the camel's back. But yeah, no, not that time, though. Not that time. Stealing 1 item. Well, I've stolen many items, but getting caught stealing 1 item. That's my spree. So it means I have to do this again, but that's fine. I have apparently several bowls that I did not even want. Murders 1,000. What would murder normally be in Skyrim? I would assume it'd be much more than that, but so, I mean, well, I guess 1,000 gold is a lot in the grand scheme of things. Well, I don't know. I say that. I mean, we've seen shopkeepers with several thousand gold, so it's probably not that weird. So we'll do what we did a little bit earlier. I'll continue my very sneaky strategy. Thump. Maybe that's it. It's not so much that they saw me somehow stealing things, but they heard me slapping shit around. They just kind of knew what was going on. I was gonna say, I think 1 apple fell down. Oh, that 1 apple is the one that broke the camel's back. That's fine. So yeah, what did I do? I was just making regular ass potions. Regular ass potions. So there's that. So yeah, what else did we do? We made some weird things. Made damage luck. That was a good time. Assault into pickpocket is 40. Jesus. That's adorable. Yeah, so it's practically nothing. Wow, that's hilarious. Like I said, I guess like 100 gold is a lot in some capacity, but yeah, in the grand scheme of things, that's chump change, man. Holy shit. Like I think about in Dungeons and Dragons, 1 gold is a lot of money in like the D&D economy. But to an adventurer, like you know, a couple gold is nothing. And there was like, I thought Mandrake Root had restore health, but I'm thinking of something else. So we're gonna damage agility. Such a useful thing to have. Damage agility, very good. Sometimes if I eat a lot of corn, I don't feel very agile. That is correct. What do you think? Cool with this leak? I cannot. Yeah, I think that's like it for the the interesting things I can do with these. So let's make more juice potions. Juice and cheese. Like some of these don't actually sound too bad. An apple and strawberry potion. Yeah, I would drink that in real life. That sounds wonderful. Maybe not so much a rice and leek potion, but otherwise, yeah. Sounds great. Yeah, see? Bounty is 0. They have no idea. And maybe the difference is being in sneaky mode. Fart in a can? Oh god, I sure hope not. For no one's sake. So that leads back to the main area. I'm not going to bother with that. What I will do is investigate the basement. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm not going to expect the basement to be very exciting. But I could be wrong. 10,000 coin bounty minimum. Oh, for bounty hunters? Oh, interesting. That makes sense. If you ascend to a certain level of notoriety, they'll send people after your ass. Thankfully, these basements are usually unguarded. I say usually. This guy is clearly like a fancy man's. And I do want to try his attic. And the attic is like the highest rating ever. For things being guarded. Oh, here we go. Lockpicks, gold. He's got the good shit down here, man. I knew he was holding out on us. Yeah, I'm curious about what's in his attic. There might be some cool artifacts, but any artifacts that he has would do me no good, since I could not resell them. But if he had cool weapons or just gold or anything that could be used, I'd be down. But yeah, so far the most interesting thing this guy has is lockpicks. And, you know, some pocket change. 3 gold is nothing. But it adds up. Every little bit counts. What's up, Void? 1,000 coins. Yeah, or 1,000 gold, rather. Yeah. Yeah, 1,000 gold is a lot when you're starting out. But yeah, you get a save going for, you know, a couple of in-game hours. And, you know, you're able to rack up a pretty good coin purse in no time. So 1,000 gold in the grand scheme of things is really not too much. It's good to see the Void. We are, as you might have figured out, we're playing some Oblivion right now. Probably already figured that out in the midst of my first ever playthrough. You're probably very well aware that I've played a lot of Morrowind, but my first Oblivion experience, and I'm robbing a rich guy for all his worth, and by that I don't really mean of all of his worth, but robbing him of things that are useful to me. It's the Elder Scrollsian way. I could rob his clothes, steal his clothes, and like wear them in front of him. Kind of flaunt my thievery in front of him. But in this game, to my knowledge, you cannot wear clothing underneath armor. Which is to say, I'm naked underneath my armor. Imagine this man, this purple lord's man, nude underneath what you see before you. It's very sexy to imagine, I'm sure. There's no silver. Yeah. Well, same thing in this game too. There's no ranking like there is in Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder. reasonably good shape. Yeah, he works out. Or at least I guess that's what happens when you're crouch running all the time. By the way, it's good to see you, Dave. His armor is so tight. That's a good point, too. Maybe that's what's going on here. Maybe that's what causes his purple head to be so bulbous and large. Although, you all know what they say about dudes that have large purple heads. Means they have another kind of large purple head, if you catch my drift, right? I know, low-hanging fruit. Robaz character creation. I know you've mentioned, Void, in particular, that Robaz does some really fun stuff with his Skyrim videos on YouTube and shit. So, I will take that as a mark of honor. Making a character that is extra cursed. By the way, nobody tell him, or no, actually, I'll just say this. For anybody who does not know what kind of race this is, can you guess what race we made this character? Because my goals were to make this man as round, his head at least, as round, purple, and sad as possible. His name is Sadge Maroon. Pickpocket high enough, you can just... Oh, that's incredible, D-Man, yeah. That's how it is in Morrowind, too, although you have to, like... I think you have to hack the game to get that high. To, like, remove their clothing from their bodies. If you have a large purple head... Oh, you got me there, Elgaso. Something about low-hanging fruits, if you catch my drift. But yeah, for anybody who doesn't know... I want to take a guess as to what kind of class this man is. This strange purple man. Because I would not be able to have guessed. Based on the face alone. I would have guessed incorrectly. Anything else down here? Probably not. Let's go back up. And let's check out the attic. There's a little ass wiggle. Boop, 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 boop. A little sachet. So sassy. I do like the idea of breaking in this guy's house and ignoring all the really expensive things and just... And without exaggeration, only stealing his food. You're correct, Gobby. He is a dark elf. He is indeed a dark elf. The giveaway is the red eyes, I think. I think dark elves are the only ones that have red eyes. But dark elves are usually more, I don't know, dark, less purple, everywhere. And I mean everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to try this. This might go poorly, but he's got his back to us. And we do have a not negative sneak skill. I'm going to try, but I'm going to save first because I'm scared. Colorful skin. The skin color. I mean, you can... I think with the character creation tool in this game, you can make anybody's skin just about any color. Although, yeah, you can see in his face, it's a very kind of ashen purple. Kind of like a, you know, where there was like a kind of a gray ashen base to all this. So yeah, they tend to have definitely unique skin. Kind of a unique skin tone for sure, like a texture almost. Let's see if I can get this. I'm gonna be so impressed with myself. I was gonna say, I'll be so impressed with myself if I get it first try, but there's no way. There we go. It's always the last one or two that are doozies for me. So did we get up here successfully? Looks like we did. So, what does he have in this very hard to reach attic that apparently is so amazing? We got this thing that is, you know, pretty valuable, but we have no business stealing. Yeah, some boring booze. A report about a disaster, which sounds dramatic. I realize I'm over encumbered. I just want to read it. I think I actually want to read the full thing. I was going to see if there was like a quest tied to it or something. These books are actually quite large. If I ever have to come back here, I'm just going to steal his sweet cake. That's what this is all about, man. This is where he's got the sweet cake. Not even a sweet roll. The sweet cake. We know all about dudes with that good cake, am I right? That's right, that's right. But yeah, that's what this all was. A very hard lock to protect a single sweet cake and nothing else. Hello, it's definitely me. I definitely didn't just rob a bunch of your shit.
Ah, yes.
My treasure hunting friend.
Enough talk.
Enough talk. Please steal more of my things. So with that, like I was saying earlier, that was like the last thing that I wanted to do inside of like the main city. The other thing is that I want to check out the university. We would do well, I believe, to join some kind of mages guild, because we have mostly spellcasting things that our character is focused on. Very much a spellcaster first and foremost. So yeah, I will go that way. Although we might not be able to join the Mages Guild through this area specifically, but still, I want to check it out and see what it's all about. I think if we go by the Arboretum, I think that'll be the way to do it. Yes, in fact, that's exactly it. Master level locks. Exactly. I've had the same shit, D-Man. There have been a number of times in Morrowind where I would pick a 80 or 90. I don't know if I've ever picked a 100 level lock with a lockpick. There's spells that do that a lot more conveniently, I would say.
Herminia Sinner, amateur scholar of the ancient elves, dabbler in the arcane arts. How can I help you?
Like picking a lot of high level locks in Morrowind, only to find that they're either empty, or they have 5 gold, or they have like, you know, some. Oh yeah, that's the right one. Some pots and pans, some bowls, like very low level stuff. I thought they were like heading for me specifically.
My name is Alicia Otis, and I'd like to talk about the 9 divines. St. Alessia has blessed our city and all its people. Visit the Temple of the One and renew your faith.
Now we went to the Temple of the One and it was boring. There was no one there. Literally one person. The Oblivion Mages. Yeah, I'm curious. Of course, we haven't seen the Fighters Guild either.
Yes?
Guess I haven't seen any guilds, really.
Farewell.
We've seen like people reference the Mages Guild and the Fighters Guild. But yeah, I've yet to truly indulge in any of them.
Yulin Athram, of the Kraganmore Athrams.
Try to watch for people that look out of place, see if they have like side quests or something. Living a life of ease.
I don't miss Morrowind.
I do.
All that sour tribunal grumbling and old-fashioned ancestor worship. Good riddance.
I mean, some of it is
Those
a lot.
wanted
He's not
posters
wrong.
Of the Grey Fox are everywhere. Be seeing you.
You have my ear, citizen.
The city aisle. Oh, I guess we have to kind of like exit the city to get to the university. Has 8 of them? Oh, Jesus. 9 magical. Oh, yeah. Well, that's usually how the Fighters Guild goes. Usually the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild are 2 sides of... Well, not even 2 sides of the same coin. They just have very different focuses. In Morrowind, the Thieves Guild and the Fighters Guild were at odds with each other. In fact, if you did like the high-level quest, without spoiling anything, if you did the high-level quests in the Thieves Guild, you wouldn't be able to join, or you would be limited in how far you can get in the Fighters Guild, and vice versa. If you did the high-level Fighters Guild quests, you'd be limited in how far you can get into the Thieves Guild. So they would kind of cancel each other out. Mages Guild was more neutral in that conflict, at least. But yeah, it was interesting. Also, purple flames, very good.
What is it, citizen? There's evil afoot, citizen, and I've little time for chatter. What is it?
Very dramatic looking hood.
Truth is, the Legion doesn't know who is...
Yeah, we've already heard that one before.
Carry on.
Now, can I take fire damage from this cool purple flame? Sadly no. Sadly no. Disappointed. I kind of wanted to get my nuts a little bit roasted for fun, you know, for funsies. You can have a little nuts roasting as a treat. These are all empty and hollowed out. I'm looking for, like, any other sewer entrances where we could dive more into like exploration. Because I love getting distracted in this game. It is part of the Elder Scrolls experience. At least that's what I tell myself. There's some kind of civil war in Skyrim, yep. Yep, that does not surprise me. This looks very nice. Yes, and this is locked. It is not. But it does not budge. Maybe there's like a magical thingy. I recognize that guy. Yeah, but let's wait for this guy to open it for us, maybe. Or we'll just teleport through it. Nope. He's just gonna look at that. He's gonna look at us and like kind of scoff. Or her, rather. Is she? I really can't tell.
Greetings.
So I'm guessing this is
Interest in learning to repair weapons and armor. Rosan can help.
what allows us to
I've never
teleport
used his
around.
services, but I hear he's a good teacher.
Farewell.
Greetings, Dunmer. I'll pay.
I'm impressed you can tell I'm a Dunmer.
Procure the items in that list. Find me everything on there, and you'll be well compensated. Good day.
What list is this?
The orrery here is the only one in Cyrodiil. There's one more in Hammerfell, the old one at Stros Mackay.
Orrery. I don't actually know what that word is.
The Mages Guild has made more than a few enemies since necromancy was banned.
Oh, necromancy's banned here too? I mean, I can summon skeletons though. I guess summoning a skeleton is different from reanimating a skeleton though.
Welcome to the Arcane University. If you wish to become a part of the Mages Guild, seek out the head of the local guild halls. They will instruct you further. Archmage Traven is the first to take such a hard stance on necromancy. It upset more than a few people. Only quality goods for sale here.
Whew.
What can I interest you in?
I don't think I can do anything with any of these. Eventually. Probably eventually. Like that's called Pack Mule. Yeah, Demoralize, that's one that you can scare off bad guys. I wonder if Demoralize would have any effect on the player character. If a NPC were to cast Demoralize on us. Like, I have control of my character. I can probably control whether or not he chooses to run away. Unless it like messes like muddles or controls or something.
Remember those items we talked about?
I don't know what items you're referring to, lady.
Farewell.
Is there a list somewhere? Display case of what appeared to be just very mundane soul gems.
Hello.
Needs a key. Okay, well, this is it for the university then. So I guess this, I take that to mean that this isn't like, it's a Mages Guild facility,
How are you?
but there's no actual like ways to join. I was thinking like, oh, if you're high enough ranked, you could do quests for them. Whoa. You can open the door for me? He says, no, I will not. All right, well, that was a very quick jaunt to the Mages Guild, or to the university. So yeah, we obviously want to join some kind of Mages Guild, but we'll have to go elsewhere for it. I kind of knew that already because somebody had mentioned that you can't actually join this way. I was hoping there'd be something, but pretty small. Is there a list in my inventory? Maybe there is, yeah. Yeah, maybe this is it. Yeah, I think you might be onto something, D-Man. Over artifacts from, ooh. By bandits, ah, yes. That's the orrery, like she was saying. D-Man probably knows exactly what to look for. Camp Ales. Ruffians, it's a good word. I remember the Chorrol. Of course, the cogs, cylinders, and tubes. I remember all these things from Morrowind. So many dwarven, dwarven things. I, of course, read that one already. Any other notes? There's that one. That's a very important one. Yeah. Some of those other ones we already knew about. We have a few land deeds, apparently. A lot of these, of course, are for side quests. Out of curiosity, we have these places on a map somewhere. It was like Kvatch, I think was the name of the place. I think they said north of Kvatch, maybe. So it's somewhere around here. So for the main quest, we would want to go to this one right here, Wayne Priory, I believe. In fact, we can set that as our main quest. I also believe. Excuse me. Yes, Skingrad will want to go to at some point. Looking for more ruins, obviously. Wish to join the arena faction as a combatant, right? And of course, there's this about where we were to go to Crowhaven, which is further out. Neben Bay will have a side quest. Battlehorn Castle, that'll be something there. Frostcrag Spire, that's probably much later though, because some of these side quests I think are DLC quests, which we probably shouldn't do at least until we're some point through the game proper. I don't want to do the DLC stuff until I'm ready for it. Mini Rose, what's up, friend? I don't remember looking like this. What do you mean, Mini Rose? You mean you didn't make a sad, large, purple boy? So this character's name is Sadge Maroon. My goals when I made him was that I wanted to make his face as purple, round, and sad as possible, and I think I did a pretty good job. He's primarily a spellcaster. And yeah, that's the man of the hour. It's good to see Mini Rose. Mini Rose is a full of variety streamer, for those who don't know. And in fact, I'll go and ask you, Mini Rose, what kinds of things have you been up to on your stream? Actually, I'll ask that of anybody who streams, if anybody is, they got anything that they're excited for this week. Of course, it's Wednesday, so we're already almost, we're past the halfway point through the week. So we're doing okay. Looking at side quests to do, by the way, because we have the main quest, which probably should be a main focus for a bit. And many of these, like we were just saying, are most likely DLC quests. Deepscorn Hollow, that's another one right there. Sundercliff Watch. Yeah, Daedric Artifacts. Yeah, that's some high-level shit for sure. Minecraft, Pokemon, solid games. Solid games, Mini Rose, that's right. I saw that you were streaming... Or no, what was it? I think on Twitter you had said you have a special event kind of thing coming up fairly soon. I can't remember if it was a birthday stream or a like an anniversary stream of some variety, but that you got something coming up fairly fun. I guess a special event kind of thing. Castle Anvil. There's the DLC horse armor, everyone's favorite. Your birthday is this Friday. Well, Mini Rose, that is very exciting. What kinds of things do... I'm guessing it'll be a stream of sorts. Do you have like special things you plan on streaming? Horse armor DLCs. There we go. Yeah, Joffrey and Wayne Priory. Near Chorrol or Chorrol. Yes, this note. That's the one. Yeah, we even had a quest pickup for it. Yeah, I just didn't even notice it. So Wayne Priory is where we're going. Gonna set that as the primary active quest. And that tells us where to go. So we're just gonna be heading, really just following this road, heading west. That's what we're doing, fam. That's what we're doing, fam. So let's hop to it. So I got down to it. Marbles and Jackbox. Excellent. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. Mini Rose. Hope he gets to do something fun. Like IRL as well. I hope you get to do something fun to celebrate. Of course, I know we're still, in some ways, in pandemic times. Actually, I'm just gonna go around the outside. Oh, except no, I should sell a bunch of crap. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm hoarding. I should sell before I venture out too far.
Speak.
Back to the market district real quick.
Right here, citizen.
See, I know for a while there it was weird trying to, like, you know, go out to celebrate party in, like, you know, doing fun party things and hanging with friends. It was weird doing that at the height of the pandemic times, but hopefully things are chill enough now where it's a little bit less silly. Arena district. I think I want to go. Oh yeah, that's fine. That'll take me to the market. The music, yeah, I know this game has deep nostalgia for a lot of people for very good reason. It's a good game, and since this is my first ever playthrough, I feel like I'm I'm uncovering the nostalgia that other people have.
Hello there. Welcome to the arena.
Like I'm experiencing this game that so many people know so well that I've never experienced.
Believe me.
It's like I'm trying to soak it all in.
If you're looking to join the arena as a combatant, you need to head down.
Yeah, remember that we talked to that guy. Then of course betting on a fight.
Oh, all right. Those wanted posters of the great.
Wanted posters everywhere, yep.
Have a good day now.
Okay, yeah. That's just for the spectator stuffs. Is that guy kind of lame? That particular lad we were talking to just now? I try to like talk to any NPC that just looks interesting. Now, they're not always interesting, but every once in a while we'll find, you know, someone weird who has something interesting to say or even has a side quest to offer. Once we get high enough level or to an interesting enough level, it'd be nice to try our hand at the arena, but probably not for a while. Also, I can't remember what this one was. So I got some armor for sale that I want to sell rather.
Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I
She has
help
quite a lot of money. So when did I get this? Dagger of Frost? What in the world? I probably got it as a reward somewhere along the way. Go and sell it. We already have like pretty good swords otherwise.
You've made a good bit of gold.
Mercantile going up, baby.
And that...
Whoops. Let's sell that shield.
That's more than I usually pay.
And she's willing to buy soul gems. Cool. Depends on, very nice, Mini Rose. So yes, so there are things associated with certain NPCs that make them UG-worthy, says Mini Rose. Yeah. I appreciate your consideration, Mini Rose. I've played a lot of Morrowind, so it's not my first Elder Scrollsian experience, but my first Oblivion experience. Better late than never. I'm only, what is it, I think 16 years late? If the game came out in 2006. So I'm only a little bit late to the party. But it's a good party, no doubt, no doubt.
You've made a good bit of gold.
Good bit of dough, she says. So that's all she's willing to buy from us. Yeah, that axe is impressive. Of course, it wouldn't do us much good, but still, it is intimidating. I should also have her repair
I'm pretty handy.
my two
What needs to
magical
be
things.
fixed?
It cost 1 gold to repair. It's hardly anything at all. She does some training, which is nice.
Bye.
There's other things I want to sell, though, so we're not quite done. You know, we should visit our old buddy at the Copious Coin Purse now that we've resolved that quest, and that guy is, like, on the up and up now. He's being a good boy. We should see what he's up to. Thank you for that, Mini Rose, for your encouragement, and also a well-placed Lord of the Rings quote. We could always use more of that in my life.
It is good to see you again.
A streamer arrives precisely when they mean to.
Let's do business.
Let's do business. So let's sell a number of things. Since he's a general shopkeep of many varieties, he's willing to engage on just about anything we have. So does anybody want a delicious damage agility potion? It's nice and juicy and goes down smooth.
That's a good deal. A fine transaction.
But again, in game, these really aren't considered potions. They're more considered poisons you can apply to weapons. Detect life. I'm actually going to sell that one because we have a spell for detect life. Cure paralysis. That's actually legit useful. I have a lot of cure disease apparently. I don't plan on getting a lot of diseases, but we'll have it ready. Potion of healing. I think I might sell the resist diseases. We'll sell all these. And I'll sell all but like 3 of these. So sell 2 of them.
You've made a good bit of gold.
And I don't need any of these restore fatigue potions, so we'll sell all these things.
That's a...
Which we've made entirely by through alchemy, that is. Water breathing, we have a potion or a spell for that as well.
You've made a good bit of gold.
I'm gonna sell the basic healing potions because we keep making our own. Sell those as well.
Excellent bargain.
That's actually kind of nice. Just wanted to buy the vampire dust.
That's a fair deal.
That one's pretty good. Chameleon. Do I have a chameleon spell? I don't think I do, actually, so I should hang on to that. I think I will sell a bound helmet, though. Can't really see myself using that a whole lot. I think that's it. If that was all I wanted to sell. Same thing I would want to buy? Probably not.
Tell your friend. Please, return soon. It's...
Guess that emptied out a bunch of things. Is there anything else I would want to rid myself of? This mace is so fucking cool. I just don't have the heart to get rid of it. Of course, some of these potions we couldn't get rid of if we wanted to. And I do want to. Restore health, eh? That's nice. And feather makes you light as a feather.
Always a pleasure to see you.
I think that's enough for me. Let us embark. Gonna head west.
How goes it?
Actually, the kind of the hub part of the city. Near the palace. We'll take the west exit. And then that is how we shall adventure out. This will be our first time really exploring like in the wilderness areas.
Greetings, Dunmer.
It's really ever since we got out of the like the intro area, we pretty much hoofed it right this way to the Imperial City. We've been gallivanting about and exploring and thieving our way around the capital, which has been nice, and did a few side quests. Really haven't explored proper.
What is it, citizen?
Steal a couple mushrooms. Except no, I'm not. I guess they haven't regrown since I last stole from them.
What is it, citizen?
There will be better maces, at which point I'll sell this one. And of course, we don't really do that well with maces in general. Our blunt weapon skills are quite not good, especially when compared to our blade skills, which are not amazing, mind you, but they're alright. Also, our highest normal skill is destruction at 48, alchemy being at 51, our first journeyman skill, which is quite wild. I've spent a lot of time in the sewers. I probably stink to the high heavens. It's the stables.
Hi there. I am Brealus Gawe, and no, we don't sell horses, but we do eat well. The stables are owned by an orc, and you know, orcs and horses.
I don't think I do know, but I'll take your word for it.
Some folks here think horses are for riding. Then again, some of us are orcs. Snakra Burra, she prefers eating stew to riding horses.
Very good, very good. What's up, JD? Good to see you, buddy. Good evening to you as well, fellow gentle person. So she's the one we've heard so much about just now.
Snock Grabura, owner and proprietor. We board horses, and, well, we don't actually sell horses. Anymore, that is.
We just board them. As her eyes like kind of dart from side to side. I'm here about the horse armor.
What can I interest you in?
I want horse armor. Oh, and I guess a horse to apply said armor too.
You've got to be kidding.
I want a horse. I'm armed. Welcome back with my own horse. A legally owned mount. Yes.
Yeah?
Anything else?
The Imperial Watch seems awfully worried about the Gray Fox. Look at all those wanted posters. The Chestnut Handy stables used to sell horses, but they're gone. Our horses, all gone. Big mystery. No idea where they went.
So, orcs and horses. Yeah. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Is that what's going on here? Because that sounds like a lot of what's going on here. Also, I'm impressed by how this is gonna sound strange to say, but how normal this orc woman sounds, and I think even the orc dudes in Morrowind, the orcs were like very gruff and very what's the word for, I don't know, abrasive, I guess. These orcs are like, how do you do? My name is Snock Grabura. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I eat horses.
I almost walked into that one. No, of course not. That would be wrong. You shouldn't eat horses.
So she denies
Bye.
the horse consumption. Still kind of sus, if you ask me. Can I steal your anvil? That'd be the ultimate power move. So they do have horses, just don't sell them. With that, we embark. Ouch, as I take gratuitous fall damage. It's the Elder Scrollsian way. So I see what appears to be some kind of stage or gazebo down that way. Also, let's see, is that towards the prison? The waterfront. Okay, we've already explored the waterfront. Here's what this is over this way, though. And now is kind of where things start to open up. We can gallivant around about as we please. Nice skyboxes, too. We need to be on the lookout for those horrible mud crabs and awful creatures that I can, you know, fight with without feeling any guilt or anything. Way Shrine. Alright, I'll bite. What is this? Oh. So some kind of blessing. Very nice. I wish I could look to see what that, like, what the thing is. Like a mouse over that. Or if there's a way to see, like, yeah, what are the... Oh, is this it? Active effects? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking to see. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Resist fire is huge, by the way. Holy moly. The game knew exactly what I wanted to see. Way to see the active effects. So what I should do... So I should just check this every so often, in the odd chance that I ever stumble upon, or stumble past, an entrance to something that otherwise would catch my interest. Let's cross that bridge. Or I could just go around it. Cross the bridge. We'll take the most direct route. I'll be a good boy. And I know a lot has been said about the visuals in this game, especially the character models being a little rough around the edges in some ways, and it is a valid criticism. Ouch! But I feel like overall this game has aged pretty okay visually. It definitely looks and feels and plays like an Xbox 360 era RPG, but it's all right. Have I been down that way? I don't believe that I have. Now that would be full damage central, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that catches my eye. I will drop down there at some point. Julianos, is that an NPC? I'm guessing one of the peeps. And this bridge really is. It is just a bridge. There's nothing else here. I was thinking there might be NPCs or something. So I do want to investigate that fire. I found Way, which is the name of a place, probably. Yep. Not a person. The nice thing here is that, look in the sky, not a cliff racer in sight, so that's kind of nice too. Now granted, I'm sure there are probably mods that add cliff racers back into the game, but that is one nice thing. Also, Morning Glory, what's the story? Oh. Just pick flowers in front of them. I actually don't even know if this is a worthwhile plant to grab, but since I'm very much in an alchemical kind of mood, it makes sense. No, it's probably getting kind of late. They're very much sleeping. Okay, well. Yeah, I noticed that the icon was red, and I was like, uh-oh, hope I'm not disturbing anything. But they are sleeping, and they did leave their place unlocked. Needs a key, cannot be picked. So was it? Oh, okay, I gotcha. Oh, there's a guard who's, you know, not letting people just rob people blind out here, unfortunately. It's the first time I've gotten to see somebody on horseback.
Speak, citizen.
What an odd angle.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Isn't he a soldier or a guardsman in the Imperial City? Truth is.
Yeah, it's still that same
Carry on.
sound clip. Let me just rob these. There's 3 gold in front of him. This is an inn, very nice. Ham boar meat. Boar meat's actually quite valuable. Oh, it fell through. Yeah, I can't reach it. In Morrowind, boar meat was very heavy and was very, like, invaluable. It was not very worth. I do like just the walls of mead and cheap wine and beer up here.
So, what brings you here today?
Yeah, sorry about your hand that I just knocked into the fireplace.
Welcome to the Walnut Inn. Could I interest you in a room or perhaps a bit of wine? I don't even know what a will-o'-the-wisp is, much less how to kill one. I think they're just swamp gas myself. Yes, actually, I'm quite fond of collecting all manners of wines from all
Oh,
over
are you now?
Tamriel. But one vintage continues to elude me. Shadow Banish wine. How I'd love to add it to my collection.
Sounds impressive.
That gives me an idea. You look like the adventuring type. If you can retrieve 6 bottles of Shadow Banish wine, I'll gladly pay you well. All I know about them is that they're found in the many fort ruins scattered all over Cyrodiil.
You got it, lady.
Well, Apparently the wine is so rare because it was only made in one tiny batch. It's the product of an alchemist who was also a vintner.
Vintner?
Besides
Never heard that
tasting
word.
incredible, the magic within the wine allows the imbiber to be gifted with night eye.
It's a useful one.
The vintner made it special for the Legion soldiers posted at the forts when they were active long ago. It was perfect for keeping lookouts warm on cold nights and helping them see better in the dark. Clever, eh?
Very nice.
Keep looking for that wine. Farewell.
Psst. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Come here. I got what you need.
How does he know what I need, Mr. Eating a... whatever that is. Is he just eating a raw potato?
You need something special? Check out my wares. You won't find this stuff at your local general store, that's for damn sure.
Well, I can't. There's no wares to look at, dude.
Blasted thief. I hope they string him up when they catch him. They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes to you in your sleep. Walk always in the shadow of Sithis.
Welcome back, traveler.
I'm guessing they will be smart enough to follow me. Well, maybe not. I don't know. These are, of course, just the private quarters. Although, yeah, interesting. Like, imagine being like, yeah, I'm working at the, you know, the desk or the front table, and then at the end of the day, it's like, ah, man, I'm exhausted. Time to curl up here in the bedroll next to the fire, or let me walk, I don't know, maybe 15 feet, 15, 20 feet to my bed. Although my bedroom is probably a good 15, 20 feet that a ways. So, or my bed is a good 15, 20 feet that a way. So, in days where I'm working from home, it kind of do be that way, actually. We got ourselves a new side quest, though, which is nice. Small little town, though. Small town with big dreams. I want to go investigate the source of that little flame. Just now I don't see it. I kind of see it. Good enough. Oh, fall damage? Okay, not. A bunch of this to maybe use for more potions. Potion diversity and all that. I have no idea if it'll be worth anything, but it's part of the joy of discovering what this game has to offer. And before Slaughterfish decide to nip at my testicles, my purple swollen testicles. For our character, that is, not for me. More Nernroot. There's that one NPC that might have more information on what exactly it's for. There's a cave entrance. Well, that is encouraging to me, because that means something to explore and potentially get lost into. There's a lot of beer and cheap wine. Don't quite know what to expect, so we're gonna save. And then check this shit out. What's up, one-legged duck? And oh yeah, that's exactly, yeah, being purple and swollen is unrealistic. This is actually the shape of my head normally. So if my head looks like it's normally shaped, it's because I'm using extensive webcam filters to make it look squinched down. It's really more of a self-portrait than anything. This man right here. It's good to see you, by the way, one-legged duck. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Not sure what to expect, but we got the creepy music. It's always a good time.
Who's there?
It's okay, I'm being sneaky. It's very glowy in the distance, like very glowy. Holy moly. It's a little bit hard to see. Scalds the retinas a little bit. Yeah, that's where it was. So that probably would have done pretty good damage. Yeah, it's a very extensive V-tube setup.
Hello? Who's there?
Hey, they're up there.
What's that?
You can hear me, but you cannot see me. It's because my sneak skill is so pro. I can't see them either, so the feeling is mutual. I'm in your cave, stealing your mushrooms. Can't do shit about it. I see a chest and I see some fairly not poorly armored dudes. Now, as always, I cannot assume that they're going to be bad. They probably will be bad because of that message right there. So maybe I should try to get the drop on them, but I don't know, man. I'm always worried that, like, what if there's, like, a person who's held captive? And it's not obvious until, you know, shit gets real. Pretty sure he's facing me, actually. Get steal their shovels, that'll really stick it to them. Steal their flour. Yeah, so it's moonlight coming down through here that's making this so bright. Ouch.
Let's get this over with.
I was hoping you wouldn't know. You wouldn't notice me murdering your friend. He's actually like dodging. Oh, well, he was. Ouch. Our range battle is so exciting. Of course, it still hurts when you block. Until you get, like, high enough block, probably. Got his ass. Hit a lockpick on him. That's the good shit right there. Sorry if that crunch was loud, by the way. I'm chewing on, or sucking on a, cough drop. Dispense with those things. Get him out of here. Lockpicks. That's the good shit, man. That's what I'm looking for. Got the new... Oh, very nice, JD. I will make no guarantees, but I'll try my darndest. Also, that new emote looks so good. I'm friends with JD on Facebook, and I can tell you that that is a self-portrait, actually. JD is that buff and that muscular and has dog ears that handsome. So can confirm that is realistic. Hey, what's up, level 98 wizard? I'm walking here. Yeah, they, if only they would respect my authority. They don't seem too interested. All right, there's leather greaves. There's our leather helmet, by the way. I could get my first leather helmet. I think those greaves might actually look a little bit better than the ones that I have right now. I've got these lame-ass fur greaves. Let's go with these guys. That way we're on brand here. A leather helmet would be a better choice for us, at least, because this rusty iron helmet is heavy armor, which is less good for us. Rough leather boots, doesn't really matter. It's pretty good. Let's look at that. We are more uniform now. Our guy is so sad. He says, "Oh, I'm so purple." Pick up his body as a meat. That's a really good idea. I honestly would if I could, but like I can't really pick them up and hoist them up that high, sadly. That is a very wise idea. Oh. Ooh, I'll take all that. Yeah, that's all. That's actually all quite nice. That poison could be quite effective when applied to a weapon. Got the gold, he's got the lockpicks. Oh, baby, you're too good to me. So that loops back around, it seems. In fact, that probably leads up to the area we saw earlier. But I think that would be the extent of it for yeah. So let's just continue this thread then, just follow, see how far it can go. I was gonna say, is that a Sea Nanners reference? I can't really do a good Morgan Freeman impression, but yes, I know the exact video. That is a classic. The Hidden, right? I think that's what the game was called, The Hidden. Very, very underrated Source Engine PC game that is very fun. I've played it many times with friends at LAN parties. It is always a good time. It is a ridiculous time, and I would have it no... I would have it no other way. Really, a two-shot. Wow. Dude folded immediately. Yeah, like, it's like he knows he's being controlled, and he can do nothing to stop me. I have to try harder than that. Sadge Maroon. Take your 2 lockpicks, thank you. The greatest treasure of all. And this was his skeleton wife, or husband. Belted vest, interesting. I can definitely pick this one. Oh, okay, well. See, I can pick it, and then I waste 3 lockpicks on it like a fool. Sometimes I get overconfident, and I like try to click too fast. As I go, well, it's an easy lock, how hard could it be? Then I break 3 lockpicks like a goober. Yeah, The Hidden Source, that's the full name. Very, very good game. I've not played it in several years, but I've played many hours of it over the years, and it is a real good time. Look at all these Archie boys. I will say the tracking the NPCs do is so much better in this game than it was in Morrowind. In Morrowind, it was so easy to bamboozle them. This time around, they're a lot smarter. They say he's just gonna stand still, and he's gonna fall down. Of course he will. Take your stupid bow, too. We'll investigate his corpse in a little bit. He might have more cool lockpicks. The ultimate treasure. And of course, it's nice that it weighs literally nothing, so... Lots of great benefits to scooping them up. Take all of your food. It's more restore fatigue potions. It's more realistic, I will acknowledge. How, like in Morrowind, when you have alchemy, that, like an alchemy skill, rather, that is very low, you could still, you couldn't, like, see all the effects of a potion that you were making, but you could still make the potion. It would just show question mark, question mark. So, like, you could mix things together and have it create a potion with side effects you're not aware of. And you might be less likely to succeed. In fact, you'll be extraordinarily less likely to succeed. But I recognize it's probably more realistic in this game, where you don't even get, like, the opportunities to see what the effects are. Like, you don't have the opportunity to make the spells with unknown effects until you get the alchemy skill high enough level. That's probably a more realistic way to do it. I just don't like it as much, because I can't... You know, I can't game it in my favor as easily. I'll take all that. Thank you very much. Alright, so we'll check out the body that fell down. Otherwise... probably shouldn't abuse that too much. A little detection to see if there's enemies nearby. We just walk through this one. Oh, it doesn't like bounce around. Main cavern. My curiosity has been tickled. Oh my.
This is the part where you fall down.
Oh, I thought for sure I'd have to like hit him a few more times. I was like, he's this close, I probably am gonna have to get into the thick of it. But never mind. He went down in 2 hits. He hit me once for very little damage. Or maybe that was the previous guy. There's a figure in the distance there. Like now would be a good opportunity to be sneaky. I don't need to be sneaky, but levels things up, I might as well. Excuse me. Once the battle music changes, we'll know it's that guy to watch for. He's probably the villain nearby, probably. Can I crouch and jump? You can. That's hilarious to me, actually.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
More archer boys. Youch! I think that last shot hit him right in the nuts anyway. Hit him with the old frozen nuts. Oldest trick in the book. Sometimes it takes a few clicks to get my weapon drawn proper. Ouch. He hurts quite a bit, actually. Oh! He did his ass. Very good. Yeah, that guy was actually fairly high level. He had many hits, and he was parrying me in some way. There must be some kind of parry mechanic you can do with one-handed weapons. By the way, really nice armor. Too bad I beat the shit out of it so much, because that's quite nice. And I guess he was wearing... Oh, actually, no, he was not wearing the breeches. He just had them. It's kind of heavy. Yeah, probably not worth on that one. Yeah, your armor. I think I will make use of it. I don't look quite as cool. I think the rough leather looks cooler. But the armor is... Well, it might get better if we were to repair it. The mercantile, though, is kind of nice. It's like a cool glowy effect to it, too. Very nice. Feeling very swag right now. Oh. Although I think that might have been it. I think I also saw we got enough points for a level. Also, I got shot by a couple arrows. Okay, never mind. I was gonna see if I had any arrows sticking out of me. Sticking into me. Oop. Trying to watch for all the cool things. Chests and barrels and such that could be scattered about. This might be the end of this cave. Oop. Crap. Do you think the easy ones I would have an easier time with? Inspiring touch, that's quite nice. I'll take it. I'll take these. Probably leave that mace, though. Some more heals going. And then I think that's the end of this particular cave that we're in right now. So yeah, let's go back out the way we came and check out that one corpse along the way. I'm glad that when this one guy saw us right when we opened the door, the other like 3 dudes somehow didn't hear, you know, the whole encounter. They saw me after a while, but I appreciate that they just kind of waited it out. It's like, nah, I'm sure it's fine. All we heard were spellcasting noises and people dying noises. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Oh. The guy that fell down earlier. He had 2 lockpicks. I'd always use more of that in my life. If I run into that hard enough, it could damage me. So that's enough for that. Go out the way we came. And keep exploring. Oh, actually, hold on. I should sleep. So I could get that level. So intelligence, bam. Willpower, bam. Probably speed. Agility is nice. But we don't use... Well, we do use security and sneak, but I don't need security or sneak. We do need light armor. And acrobatics and athletics are nice. So we'll grab those. Becoming a fast... spellcasty boy. Level 4, baby. Yes, sir. Couple spare apples. You know, a good water apple. It's nice and moldy. It's penicillin, so it's healthy. So, heading back westwards. It's good to keep an eye out for those kinds of little caves and side areas to explore, because that's where all kinds of fun experiences could be had. Also, I'm almost disappointed by the lack of drogues or slaughterfishes trying to pay us a visit with their teeth. I don't want to do with them, but you know, if it were to come up, it's a sensation I'm quite familiar with.
You know, stranger, there comes a time in every man's life when he has to admit that he's lost the fight. Well, I've fought and I've lost.
Wonder what that
Who
means.
did I lose to? Who is my great enemy? Oh, don't laugh. It's a bunch of damn fish.
I was just looking for slaughterfish. Laughs in his face. I could be so mean.
Go on and wait. Help? Oh, well then. I'm a fisherman. Or at least I was. Until one of those slaughterfish damn near took my leg
That's
off.
the one.
I was collecting their scales, see? I had a contract with this young alchemist. You wouldn't believe what he was paying for those scales. Then, last month, one of the bastards got a hold of my leg. Took me right out of the business. But this alchemist, he needs the scales right away. The alchemist was paying so much for the scales that I'm close to having enough saved so that I can retire. But now I can't get out there to the lake. Not with this leg. I only needed 12 more scales. Can you believe it? I was so close. I've picked up a few things in my travel. If you head out there and bring me back the 12 scales that I need, I can make it worth your time.
You got it, homie.
Help an old fisherman out, won't you?
I used to be a fisherman like you until I took a slaughterfish to the knee.
I don't know what I'll do if you don't get those scales for me. I've saved so much for my retirement, but it's just not enough. Be careful out there. The Romara slaughterfish are all around this area.
Yeah, I couldn't find him earlier.
Some words should be shared only by friends.
Yeah, we probably could have just stolen the saving stuff from underneath them. See, your luck looks okay to me, dude, but I'll trust that he's telling us the truth. Yeah, so it's unlocked. So we could be mean. We could be a good boy. It's almost like you could probably see them in the water if you were like, if you squinted hard enough, but yeah, we couldn't see them earlier. Just something to be mindful of. As we go through our adventures, we will inevitably have to swim from time to time, so as we're looking for these slaughterfishes can come in handy. So it's nice we can actually read the actual signs. Like how Kavach has some claw marks on it. Very ominous. So where we are going, it's going to be along the road to Chorrol. Or Chorrol. be mindful of things to be distracted by. I'm always down for a good Elder Scrollsian distraction. That structure right there is catching my eye. Also see this down here. Yeah, it's all just a part of this path. Almost looks like those are ruins of some sort. No peoples around that I can tell. And a chesty. With 3 gold. Can't just steal this boat as much as I would like to. I can look in the water. It's like I don't see any slaughterfish. Although it's kind of hard to see like into the water proper. So we've seen them before. We've fought them a few times. Oh, here's one. Oh, hold on. What if I'm above the water? Oh, okay. It's got to be melee only then. Fire. In the water. Fire in the water. Oh, wow. He does a lot of damage. Wow, that's a lot. Holy moly. This guy's taking me out. Jesus. That is so much damage. Who knew a slaughterfish would be so much more scary than a human combatant? I was like, shit, it won't be that bad. Turns out it is that bad, yeah. Yeah, this fire damage probably isn't doing us a lot of favors right now. Got his ass, yeah. Jesus. So, the Ramare slaughterfish. Now, it doesn't say scale specifically, but I'm just gonna assume that's good enough. They're not called huggy fish, you're not wrong. They are, they're spicy boys. Also, I should maybe not drown myself if I can help it. So yeah, as we wish to acquire more of these things, we would do well to, you know, be fully healed up and rested before we try more of that shit. Things are scurry. Presumably we'll have to kill 6 of them to fulfill that quest. It's probably just gold. It's probably nothing amazing, but still. Good to know that this is a worthy challenge. These ruins. Quick little heals. Quick little healsies. I can't jump into the well, sadly, as much as I would like to. It does look pretty good, Argyle, so I'm very much in agreement. I have no mods installed. No mods whatsoever. I'm playing with max settings, which, you know, probably helps. But yeah, max settings. I have bloom turned off, which was a sticking point for a lot of people when they played this game. Some people did not like the bloom. Some people said some people said you need the bloom, that it's just not the same without it. But I turned bloom entirely off, and in its place, I turned on the high dynamic range. Because in this game, you cannot have bloom and high dynamic range. Oh, wait, no, I think you could. You can't have anti-aliasing and high dynamic range on simultaneously, though. So what I did is I turned the anti-aliasing off in-game, and then went into my graphics card driver settings and turned on the graphics card anti-aliasing. So that way we have, you know, some smoothing of sorts, but not the in-game version of anti-aliasing. But that's really it. That's the only like extra thing. And I do know that there are some very extraordinary mods for this game that do make the game look real pretty and kind of transform it into a very different kind of visual experience. But at least for my first playthrough, it's like, well, I want to try to be pretty authentic. Although kind of similar to when I played Morrowind on stream several years ago, I started off having it be completely vanilla, and I had a number of people stop in and be like, Alex, I'm glad you're doing this, but this game looks like garbage. Could you please install some mods because my eyes are bleeding? So if there was anybody who was like, oh my god, this hurts my soul, please, streamer, help me, then I would be, yeah, a little bit more inclined to try it out. Also, we saw a chest inside that little tower thingy. Just from this one. find a little hideaway of sorts. Bear pelt, lion pelt. Wow, it's quite good actually. The visual, everything's yeah. We need the purple sad man in glorious 4K. Look, he looks mad right now. Maybe he doesn't like us talking about mods. He looks more angry than sad. Than Sadge. Now he's Madge. Or we say mauled. We're maulding when we're angry. Now he's mauled Maroon. Maybe that's his brother. If I play Skyrim, when I play Skyrim, we'll do a similar playthrough, a similar character aesthetically. We'll make him round. Or maybe no, we'll make him thin. As thin and squished as possible. And he'll look angry. And his name will be Mauled Maroon. There's that statue as well that caught my eye. I want to explore that, but I want to explore the rest of this first. Before I commit elsewhere. Any fishies? See no fishies. Also, unlike Morrowind, you can't just... Oh wait, no, you can service pretty quickly and get all of your oxygen back. But it's not like an instant flick of the switch. What in the world? Oh. Looks to be a person. Collecting primrose leaves, and they have a letter on them. Thought it was a zombified corpse. Nope, it's just a corpse. Just a plain ass, rotting corpse. It has a name. There's their skull. Jesus. It's a Nath Dyer. Let's see what that note had. But I see you every day. My heart skips a beat as you walk past. I'm writing in hopes that you will let me court you. When you next venture into town, I will be holding a primrose. Huh. I have a feeling I probably should keep the primrose I found. There might be a person that would, like, want to hear about this person's fate. Yeah, primrose leaves. Yes, I'm guessing there was probably somebody they fancied. Fort Nickel, yes. So this was a fort, and we heard about the fort. Oh, enemies nearby. We heard about the fort where there was like a really fancy kind of wine. Oh, a deer! Look at that. Like strangely normal fauna. It's cool, but I don't know. Again, I've mentioned before, I'm kind of partial to Morrowind strategy for flora and fauna, flora and fauna, where it was much more weird and alien. It's like instead of corn and deer and boars, you would find floating jellyfish, kwama eggs, and all kinds of weird shit. So it felt more like a strange place with like strange unknown critters and such. Nature was weird and scary. See anything underneath there? So there's apparently bad guys around there somewhere. Before we go exploring that main area where the bad guys are, just gonna check the last of these real quick to make sure there's no other interesting things in these little tower spires. Okay. I have no idea if these will be worth a damn or if they'll give us anything cool, but since I have not seen them before we ventured out this way, I figured I might as well stock up. We could just grab onto them and climb up them. Similar to Ocarina of Time when you're trying to scale the castle walls to reach Princess Zelda. Let's find these kinds of like plant vines. Oop. Just a note, a couple baggies. Bear pelt. Bear hammer's legit useful. Summon skeletal hero. That's also quite nice. It's not a note, it's a scroll. Oh, whoops. Start from this side. I might have already checked this one. I did not. They all have something, well, most of them have something interesting in them. There we go. Oh. There we go. That's where I got the skeletal hero, which would probably be like 1 or 2 notches above my current summon skeleton spell. I think mine is just skeletal warrior, or maybe even just skeleton. So maybe it might be unarmed. Skeletal hero probably has like, you know, the good shit. Trying to like scoop up any of these that I can find. There's sometimes a little bit clunky to see when, like, what constitutes when that can actually be retrievable. So that leads back to that dock that we saw earlier. Something about this central spire, the central tower area. There's just something about it. I think we've already checked that one. This one's a lot higher though, yeah. I almost wonder if we need some other way to scale it, because I don't know if I can jump that high. Five Finger, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I can't quite jump high enough. I would need... I know there are jump potions. Or fortify acrobatics, maybe. Ah. And of course, the way these things work is that there might be nothing up there of worth. It might just be a big old waste of time. Whoop, wrong spell. Or wrong button, rather. Yeah, it's tricky because it doesn't let you jump off of that kind of uneven surface. See, I'm curious about what's going on there. Can't quite reach it. I think this was the first one we checked. Yeah, I think this was the very first one. Oh, I just noticed my endurance is in the toilet right now. Maybe I should give that a rest for a second just to get some of the juice back since I'm jumping around like a goddamn hooligan. So yeah, I think this was the very first one. Yeah. Okay, we already checked this water, so there's apparently something, or some ones or some things. Actually, no, we'll have this out for a bit just because this does more damage. It's good to diversify, I suppose. There's a statue there, so whatever this is, it's pretty involved. There's another statue, I think down further that way, closer towards the water. Did I also check this one? No, I did not. Though I don't see anything. Thankfully, they all have these rock formations inside of them. Parts of the towers that collapsed inwards. That way, if we do get stuck inside there, we have a lifeline to get out. So, grateful for that, because that would be awful. What an awful way that would be to soft lock the game. So what's in this strange place? Could it be people? Could it be monsters? Some intersection of both. There's a wolfie. I was gonna assume that's gonna be a bad guy. They might resist cold. It's fast. Can't say I'm surprised. Okay. Not too bad. I was gonna say I'll probably have a wolf pelt that I can repurpose. Seems like it'd be weird for a lone wolf, literally a lone wolf, to be out here by themselves. Would expect other things to be out here. But by all accounts, nothing else. Goblins would be people and monsters. You're not wrong, Five Finger. Also a very secure looking door, except it is very much unlocked. I am curious about what this is up here. Oh, my acrobatic skill increased by failing to jump. Just an impressive looking statue. No clickable or activatable things, just cool. Oh. Sometimes if you make the video game jump noise, you'll jump more gooder in the video game. Now there's no benefit that I can tell, at least, climbing this eye. Just the satisfaction of a job well done. Let's go ahead and drop back down and, yeah, check out that door. However, I'm going to save first because I don't know what I'm getting myself into. It looks very, like, well, it's part of a fort, so fortified. Makes sense, but I don't know what this is going to entail. Ooh, it's dark and musty, rather. I think torches would be here. Let us tread lightly. Allegedly, no bad guys near us yet. I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust it. Let's keep an eye out for any of that cool... Oh, we're gonna open this one too. Any of that cool wine we've been implored to retrieve. This looks like the most dungeoniest dungeon that I've seen in a video game in quite some time. Enemy is nearby, by the way. Crack that lock. Wonder if there's things behind here. See anything yet? Ooh, got that apprentice of security. Level 25, baby. Oh, that's kind of nice. When you break a pick, only 3 tumblers will fall, so it's not a full punishment. That's actually really nice. So a little bit less. Whoops. So look at that. Yeah, it only well, actually, yeah, it didn't reset any of them. Oops. There we go. I mean, I will break a lot of lockpicks. It will happen. Oh, it doesn't continue further. I thought it was going to wrap around. So 3 lockpicks or 2 lockpicks for 10 gold. Not bad. So in addition to the numbers being, like, as you level up your security skill, in addition to it probably giving you a wider window to, hold on, give me 1 sec. In addition to giving you a wider window, probably, at least I think was happening, a wider window to, that threshold of when the tumbler is clickable. I think there's like a sweet spot, and there's like a sweet spot window that is larger or smaller depending on the speed of the tumbler falling and rising. So if you want to do it legit, there we go. So if you want to do it legit, it's like you would do best to like aim for when it's moving slower, because that gives you like a wider window. And I'm assuming that a higher security score also influences the level, but clearly it also influences how badly you're punished when you fuck up. I imagine speedrunners probably know the timing so well, where with a very low security score they can probably still get the locks, like the harder locks, pretty easily, just by having really good timing down. Probably what this is. Yeah, before I continue that way, this does open. Oh boy. Wait. Were you shooting? Oh, I thought they were shooting at him. Yeah, look at the way he's facing. He seems confused. Except this gate doesn't open. Oh, except this does open. This gate's closed. This is wide open, and yeah, I wonder if they're smart enough to come around. It's just a dungeon. Yeah, the wolf that we fought earlier. You can fail more often. Yes, you can fail more often. It's less punishing. We killed one. Or no, maybe he was actually fighting something. Is there something over there? I'm confused. Like, what are people dying from? Like, I killed you, sure, but... Oh, maybe they're fighting the skeletons. Look at this motherfucker swimming around. Alright, skeletons resist frost. Ouch! So spellcaster's the main concern now. So he's darting around. At least I'm assuming you're a spellcaster. This is so goofy. He's summoning more skeletons. He has no ranged abilities, though. He has a lot of health. Oh, he's healing himself. Okay. I don't have enough magicka to do this from a distance. Probably I would need to close the gap. Let's see if we can get around to this side and deal with him ourselves. My torch ran out. 43 torches. Oh, sure enough. Must have heard me talking shit. You are very fast. Oh, skeleton.
Am I supposed to be...
Heard you were talking shit. He's very fast. Ouch. The skeleton's just whipping the crap out of me, but I'm just trying to focus on him. Bandit hedge wizard. Hedge wizard. Not head wizard, hedge. Huh, it's very strange. What a weird encounter that was. And sure enough, yes, this gate right here was the thing that was holding them back from closing the distance with me. Guessing this just opens and closes. Yep. So let's go see what was going on here, because yes, there were several dead bodies that I was only responsible for so many of them. So it's like, I wonder what was going on here, if there was something else afoot. No more bad guys immediately, at least. They can be annoying in Skyrim. Oh, Jesus. Because if they just don't run out of juice, then that's going to get annoying real fast. Because thankfully in Morrowind, you would visibly tell when a bad guy was running out of magicka rather, because they would put their casting arms away and just pull out a weapon or try to punch you. 80 gold, by the way, not too bad. So, like there was a clear point where yes, they would put up the fisticuffs because they had nothing else. He's kind of got the praise the sun going on, this guy right here. Marauder Archer. If that is his real name. I'd be tempted to grab some of these things, but my inventory is already getting quite full. If these guys right here, yeah, Marauder Archer. These would have been the bad guys. Who hurt you? Marauder Battle Mage. She would have been the most interesting thing to fight, but she drowned or something. Or maybe like these guys got somehow caught in the crossfire of arrows trying to be launched my way or something. The kind of question that matters that the manner of which bad guys mysteriously die in this game. So it benefits me greatly. Oh, my torch burnt out. Probably because I was in the water. That'll probably do it. Poorly trained. Oh, so he was a chump. Of course, he was summoning skeletons very effectively. That's about all he was doing, but he was not the worst wizard in the world. By the way, yeah, what is taking up so much of my inventory? Space. Probably... Oh, this thing weighs 7. It gives us 35. It's not bad, actually. A lot of potions. Oh, and lots of pelts, too. And lots of repair hammers. In fact, yeah, let's repair some things. Our greaves got fucked up pretty bad. And our helmet. Oh, and the cuirass. Of course, we damaged the cuirass ourselves. Once we fought the guy that was wearing them. So yeah, that's helpful. Clearing out some space. Marauders and bandits. Oh, so maybe... So, yeah, we saw marauders. Were there also bandits? Yeah, I just assumed they were all part of the same faction. Marauder. Bandit. You're right. That's exactly it. So marauders and bandits were fighting each other. So they were competing for the same resources or something. Also, I'm curious. We have 42 torches. I go in the water. It puts it out. Still okay, so it doesn't waste the torch. That's nice. Yeah, so there's this competition. That makes sense. And that is very cool because in Morrowind, you know, there really were no factions per se. They were either, there were NPCs that were friendly and then there were NPCs that were unfriendly. Very, very rarely would NPCs fight each other. Like, you know, except for scripted events. This seems like a floor panel, like a weight compressible floor panel that would cause some kind of trap to fire. Very easy to say, well, I have a spell for this. Oh, I get it. That's touch. Yeah. And this is all spells. Oh, okay, that's nice. So yeah, this would be a target spell. Although it might as well be a touch spell, because you wouldn't ever really want to probably unlock something from a distance. That wouldn't really make sense. Silver arrows, that's kind of cool. Flawless topaz, you know, I'll take all of it. Silver arrows could probably be sold, because I think silver, if it's similar to how Morrowind did it, silver can actually hurt Dramora, or Daedra, I guess is the better term. Can hurt Daedra, and they can also hurt, like, undead, like ghosts and apparitions, that kind of thing. I don't know if there are ghosts in this game, but we did hear about Will-o'-the-Wisps earlier, which are ghost-like in some ways. Sha. Repair hammer and 25 gold. Yes, sir. Right, so now I will indeed do some potion making. Eventually I'll get the Alembeck and the whatever the fourth thing is. Boar meat. Restore health. That is legitimately useful. This kind of cap. And Lavender Spring. Restore health. Cool. And the sweet cake. Restore health. Yes. Yes. This guy right here. Damage luck. Perfect. Mutton for damage fatigue. Ginseng for damage luck. Great. Bone meal for damage fatigue. Apple for damage luck. All this damaging. I have a lot of this too. Potato. Burden. Oh, a burden potion. Frost shield. That's nice. Nothing for Nirnroot still. What does Nirnroot do? Drains. It drains everything. Enemy infighting. Yeah, it does make it interesting for sure. Yeah, exactly. I recognize that the fighting wasn't always happening. It happened when we came upon their areas, but still, it is kind of fun seeing how that all goes down. And yeah, we probably want to keep the Primrose, at least for the time being. Damage personality. Perfect. Anything else weird that I can mess with? Probably not. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. They're nasty. Yeah, I'm hoping that we probably won't have to deal with them anytime soon. But the fact that somebody mentioned them earlier, an NPC mentioned them earlier, it's like, oh right, that's something we'll have to deal with eventually. The notion of fighting things that are incorporeal in some ways. Of course, we do have magic weapons, so I mean, if we're going by Morrowind rules, that's enough. That should be enough to hurt them. So it has to be a magic weapon or silver quality or higher. But I don't know. The rules could be different in this game. It's hard to say. Anyway, we're done with this place, I'm pretty sure. Excuse me. I think we've seen all that we needed to see. fact, I could go ahead and remove my torch. We're going back outside. You can force... Yeah, you can do that in Morrowind and Oblivion, because there is Enrage other... Or Enrage humanoid. Whatever the word is, or whatever like the phrase is to describe it. But there's spells that will do that for you. Which can be useful. There are times that actually does come in handy. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's no legal penalty, which is nice because if an NPC has something on their person that you need, and you don't have high enough thievery skills to pickpocket them, and you don't have high enough personality skills to taunt them into fighting you, and you don't want to suffer the penalty of just murdering them in broad daylight, then yeah, that's like a legit way to do it. Just like have a guard fight an NPC, and the guard will probably win and kill their asses. Or by magic. Yeah, it would make sense. That's how like most video game universes handle that kind of thing, and that's how Morrowind does it too, so it makes sense for that to carry over. Wait, some Hades? Nice. I've heard that's a good one. I have many a friend who is a big fan of... What is it? Super Giants games. And yeah, says many good things about Hades in particular. Apparently it is extraordinary. I do not doubt it. I think I'm going to fight another slaughterfish now that I'm healed up. I'm nice and healthy right now, and I need something to change that. I need something to take me down a peg. And a slaughterfish ripping my testicles off sounds like a great way to do it. Well, I guess I could do touch spells. And if I'm that close, I might as well just go for melee. What was that Roman general that tried to declare war on Poseidon and sent his troops into fighting the ocean? I feel like it's what I'm doing right now. I feel like I'm wading into battle. Into a body of water with my sword drawn. I'm just gonna start beating the shit out of the water. Was it Nero? Nero? It was like some Greek or Roman general or emperor who was verifiably insane. And he just did shit like that. I'm not finding slaughterfishes. You think they would... Yeah, it seems a little exploitable. You would think just the idea of like casting a spell onto someone... Oh, that looks nice. Casting a spell onto somebody would like have some kind of consequences. Like you visibly cast a spell at somebody and they start behaving differently. It's like that should be, you know, weird. Or at least scrutinizable. Scrutinable. Back in the crab meat. Back at it again with the crispy cream. The crusty... Back at it again with the crusty cream. Crispy crab. Hello, beautiful. This is the young ones. I don't want to imagine what the big boys are like. Because the young one is fucking me up entirely. Come to me. Yes. You, the reddened... Oh, you can even see like their health bar. They have a fuck ton of health. Jesus. Why are you so healthy? God damn. Man, I almost can't... I'm like to my limit here, man. Yeah, touch spells actually might be the way to do it. The one to do it. They might just have like really strong armor, like really strong scales. Their scale armor might just be hella tough, and touch armor or touch damage would probably bypass that. Caligula, it might have been. Yeah, Caligula or Nero, one of those. Home to butthead. That's right. Yes. Well, they almost got my ass, but I We persevered. So yes, this quest of getting 12 scales is gonna take a minute. They are not, the slaughterfishes are not the pushover that they are in Morrowind. Slaughterfish are still annoying in Morrowind, and a gaggle of them can be a nightmare, but one or, you know, onesie, twosie, one or two at a time is nothing. Alright, there was that other statue. Is that over this way? Because there was a statue we saw at one point, and I was like, I gotta come back for that, because one step at a time. This was not it. Although this does look very interesting. Drop power from the well. And it gives me a bunch of fortified things. Very good. Oh wait, hold on. Active effects. Yeah. Well, hold on. No, that's what these were earlier. Never mind. These are my spells. And they cost this much, I think. No. What is it? What is it? Lady's Blessing. These are the things I have on me right now. It's the Fortify Magicka. It's just Fortify Magicka. Okay. Yeah, there it is. We figured it out. Now I can do this. We're fully healed. It's a slaughter. Yeah, I know. It makes perfect sense. I just think about how in Morrowind they were really not bad at all. Nowadays they are big dick swinging out here. We know what they say. You can't spell slaughter without laughter. Yeah, I want to see if I can find that one statue. It was seen from a distance, so I probably don't need to explore too much. Wow, what are you doing? What are you doing? Get out of here. My blade skill increased. That's good, because he just staggered my ass. He's fucking me up. Oh, God. I'm gonna run away like a punk-ass bitch. Jesus. The wildlife is fucking me up out here. Yeah, it is clear that my hand-to-hand skills could use some bolstering. Or not hand-to-hand, literally, but my melee skills are not the bestest. And the only way you get good is by doing, and I gotta get good. Another structure here that I want to explore, but still, that statue in the distance. I want to go back for that as well. Thank goodness for this Fortify Magicka, which gives me the greater ease of healing myself after getting my complete butt completely kicked. Well, it was just a little squeaky wolf. Yeah. Fort Empire. Well, let's see. It's a fortress in service of the Empire. What do we call it? I wonder. Sorry for smacking the microphone there. There could be bad dudes or bad monsters. Let's find out. I see a barrel. Clearly that barrel is the ultimate villain. Pretty much healed up. Is that a Winged Twilight? No fucking way. That wouldn't be a Winged Twilight. There's no way. That's way too late game. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Yikes. Yeah, you better run away. It's an imp. He's small. The gall of this lad, clearly. So he did quite a bit of damage, but he was no slaughterfish. Or wolf. Fort Dominion. Ah, even more on the nose. Yeah, I've heard some of the animations for like melee attacks in Skyrim can be pretty sick. There's like the suplex with hand-to-hand. Just cool shit like that. Yeah, it sounds very cinematic and very like satisfying. Still enemies nearby, by the way. Oh, by the way, when we hit Journeyman with Destruction, I didn't really read the thing. I just kind of clicked through it. I wonder what that does for us. Probably just they cast less magic and do more damage. Like it's just they're just nicer now, probably. And of course, we can now buy or acquire spells that previously required Journeyman. Another one of these, by the way, Fort Empire. For the Empire. Something has seen to me. Oh, you can just see up through this way, that's why. Another winged boy. You cannot block lightning damage as much as I wish I could. Oh, he's also a frosty boy. It's a frost off. He's kind of resisting this damage. I don't think he's undead though. More gargoyle-esque. Just a small bat lad throwing the fireballs. Exactly. Yeah, it's weird, all right. Definitely has some fantasy kind of video game vibe. Yeah, look at this little guy. Can I pick him up? No, I can just, you know, jostle him around a little bit. With enemies nearby. Yeah, it's silly, but it is also a thing you can utilize to benefit you, the player, because it's like a quick litmus test for are there bad guys nearby? And if there are, I should have my guard up. If there are not, then I can chill. So it's kind of busted in some ways, and I feel like I probably shouldn't rely on it too much or even utilize it too much, but I find myself testing the water sometimes. I'll just be clicking that T button every so often, not because I need to, but just because I'm curious. But it's like, ooh, sometimes it will inform me of things about my surroundings. So there was that dungeon door. Okay, I'm just gonna fall down, that's fine. What I was going to do was see if I can see from a distance that one statue that caught my eye. Would have been further that ways. Same thing. Gonna wait for 1 hour so we can get our endurance back. We auto-saved. Let's dive on in. I'm expecting this to be almost having the completely identical configuration to the last time around. Also, I should probably maybe repair things, except there's probably bad guys nearby. Not yet. I can't repair either of my weapons, but my braziers and my greaves and my helmet were getting completely decimated. So, oh, my Cyrodiil. Oh, Jesus, my Cyrodiil got ate up. How curious he is. That might explain why I was taking so much damage. Oh boy, yeah, 0 motherfucking defense there. All right, rough leather, you're back in, homie. In fact, I think that rune's repaired. Yeah, 100 durability. So that might be a downside. This fur armor, that durability might be an issue, or lack thereof might be an issue. So yeah, something to be mindful of. Close to a shore. Yeah, it's something that can't reach you, but the game doesn't know that. Linked to Daedra, that makes perfect sense. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I'll take your meats. Thank you very much. So you're not going to find them in the plains per se, but in like dungeon areas like this, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, I think when I first saw it, I thought it was a winged twilight. And the winged twilights are very much Daedra. To the point where you cannot hurt them. In Morrowind, at least, you cannot hurt them unless you have a magic weapon or a silver weapon. At those Daedric communities. Trying to do something. Oh, it's the lightning spurting against the wall. It's just a little cheesy. Give melee attacks? Nope. He just wanted to get up close. That's my impression of me getting electrocuted. I hope you liked it. The 9. Ooh, that sounds intense and awesome, D-Man. So this is indeed a very different configuration. Maybe this part, maybe these forts had different configurations, or maybe this one's just more well maintained over the years, although it's still, you know, falling apart a little bit. Stone slabs on the floors kind of being disheveled and out of place. It's a ratto. Ouch. Did he actually reach me from down there? That's just impressive. Oh, the devils in D&D. Yes, I've been in campaigns where we fought devils, which is to say, not demons. I mean, demons, yes, but like devils are a specific kind of enemy, and they are a nightmare, but a enjoyable nightmare. Imps will hang out with the Atronox. Yes, exactly. But they can also hang out with Spriggans. Yeah, hanging out with Atronox makes sense because I think Atronox are considered Daedra. I think, as they have, you know, the same kinds of immunities and mechanically are very similar in some ways, at least. I like when they have the slow-moving bolts like I have. Although I'm looking forward to eventually getting my first ranged lightning attack. That shit will be dope. Whoops. This one. Bloop. Part of the homeworld you've got kind of constructed for your game, D-Man. Sounds pretty sick. Yeah, devils are awful to fight, but they are cool as fuck. And that's like a sign that you're dealing with some like wild evil shit. And evil shit can be so fucking satisfying to like fight or to explore in a game. Got little fireballs, firebolts. It's probably the flare. It's either the flare spell or like a firebolt spell. Not enough Mergics. Oh, one more. It's a little bit on fire. I'm gonna like come to me so I can get the drop on his ass. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Tweak! Oh, he's got melee as well. Now his melee was more adorable, but still he has them. Take that. Demons may come into play. Yeah, well, I could be wrong, but my general understanding is that where there are devils, there are frequently demons, but maybe not though. Maybe and in all fairness, I've only really been in one campaign that was themed around devils, and it was a very good campaign. But fuck, those things are miserable to find, but they're so fucking cool. They're so fucking cool. So there's that path behind us. There's also this delving downwards with another door. A door delving downwards to the barracks block. That could be scary. In a good way. The good kind of scary. Whoops. We got these though. Nothing on this side. So our options are barracks or barracks. Oh, at least I have an option. We'll save first. We have a nice variety. So they are from different realms. That kind of makes sense. So they're more warring each other. Okay, so yeah, they're not exactly besties. Hello. See you up there. Yikes! My destruction skill went up. I'm just gonna assume it's because I got shot by a destruction thing. So I was like, oh yes, that makes me know how to deal with this. Weapon does not have enough charge. That's probably a good opportunity. Then switch back to my fire light things and fire sword. Yeah, a couple hits in there. Oh, I thought he was dead. Okay, now he's dead. Watching his little hands physics out was kind of fun. There's one up top, I think. Unless that... Okay, I guess that was the one we saw up top then. Never mind. So they're at war with each other. Neither side gaining headway. They're just beating the shit out of each other. So they're just gonna be fighting each other, and sometimes mortals getting wrapped up in their bullshit as well. Upper amulet, soul gem, greater soul gem, not bad. It's a fairly rare find this early on. Yes, we haven't found the other entrance we saw earlier. It's probably this way, if I had to guess. And it opens so ominously. It's the one that's hardest to avoid, man. Kind of lead them all in. There we go. Yeah, have him hit the walls like that. Smack. Entropic touch. Oh, that's got, well, it's actually not that exciting, but I'll still grab it. Flammable touch. I think I might already have that spell, but I'll still give it a perusal. We'll do this now. Layers of the abyss. Travel them in order. I'm sure there's a lot to delve into, but yeah, I've actually never had a game that has involved like traveling through it. That would be some pretty high level encounters most likely, so it's not something I've ever delved into. It's of course a touch spell. Weakness to fire and fire damage. Not bad. Not as big of a fan of the slowly over time kind of damage spells, because you have to survive long enough or like outlast them long enough for like to like get the full effect. So I don't know if I'm ever going to use this one too often, but it's there, which is nice. Especially for a touch spell, because when it's a touch spell, they're already in melee range. So depending on what or whomst you are fighting, it can be a bit of a gamble. But more spell variety, never a bad thing. I could be a sneaky boy, or I could just get his ass. So it's gonna Have we miss? He brought a friend. Be really cool if that friend also had slower projectiles like the ones I'm using. Oh. Oh. That's not good. Can I pause? Uh-oh. When was the last time I saved? Okay, I'm gonna Alt-Tab. Let's see if it'll come back. Okay, there we go. We're good. Okay. That just happens. There's no explanation for it. Sometimes the game just locks up entirely. And then, like, you give it a little bit. I'm gonna try to draw them this way. Like, Alt-Tab, you hit the Windows key, you bounce around a little bit, and sometimes it'll sort itself out, but it's always a little nerve-wracking. It's gonna close the gap out. I think they're gonna wait for my ass. Ouch. Thought I killed you. Okay, now he's dead. Now these are all imps. I wonder if we're gonna find a big boy. A bimp. Big imp. A blimp. I saw something the other day, you know, in celebration of Pride, I saw something the other day that made me smile. It was a Tumblr post where somebody, presumed a woman, presumably, was, like, made a post saying, I am lesbian. And then they said, I'm lesmiam. And then they said, lesbeam. And then, in all caps, girls. And then, lesblium. And then the comment underneath that was, just give her a second. She's almost there. It's like their heart is in the right place. They're just give them a minute, they'll figure it out. So whenever I see, like, several layers of typos, I think about that post, and it makes me very happy. In fact, I think Elgasa was the one that showed it to me. I think he posted in the Discord server, and it made me very happy. Like, it's fine. You just give her a second. Very easy lock. Give me that shit. Bam. A blimp or a whip. Yeah, if there was a smaller one. Ooh, by the way, Helter Smelter. Fire shield, which is not half bad. And armor's pretty sick too. Damn, son. I mean, I keep seeing shit like this, and it makes me want to abandon my light armor ways. My inventory's quite full, by the way. Can I whittle some things down? Crab meats and rat meat. Damage fatigue. Alkane flour and corn. Restore intelligence. Cool. Yeah, Windows reboot noise. Windows XP reboot jingle. Blim 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 blim. All these imp galls. Damage health. Wonderful. Also, I just realized we don't have any of the slaughterfish scales like in our inventory here for making potions and whatnot. Maybe that's a sign that, well, they're not really used for potion making. Except, no, we did have scales earlier. They were just called scales. Huh. Here we go. Oh, they're weightless. Interesting. So we just have the bodies then. We don't have the scales. We have the entire slaughterfish, I guess. Huh. Yeah, it's just weird that it wasn't showing up on the list. Yeah, very strange. Maybe because it's tied to a quest. Maybe that's why. It's beefy. Yeah, it's beefy. Yeah, for sure. It can eventually outperform. Yeah, once we get our light armor high enough. Our light armor is not amazing. It's okay, 39 is respectable. Heavy armor is 11, which is pretty rough, obviously. But if anything, the thing we found is quite valuable. I should probably look to drop some things, though. Let's go ahead and drop crab meat, for instance. It's things that are heavy that we can do without. So store healths are getting up there, and I rarely use them. I'll probably just sell a bunch of them. Fortify fatigue, endurance, drain strength. I'm never gonna use this, and it's a stolen good anyway, so be done with it. Same with these things. I could not sell them anyway. Can I use them for anything? Probably not. Let's drop those since they're stolen goods. Yeah, I want to get that repaired and sell it off probably, because I don't know, man. That unless like the durability is like decent, but I fear that like this what's the word, this fur armor just does not last very long. Oh, let's drop that one too. That's pretty heavy. Drop. Actually, that's 7. That's not bad. It's enough for now. That's our original helmet, by the way. So there are armor caps in Skyrim. Good to know. Yeah, we got a pretty good amount of gold for this early in the game. Part of it is just selling off all the potions we've been making. But yeah, we've got a small fortune built up. It's not that much of a fortune, but relative to this point in the game, it's pretty good. Relative to how much it usually goes. Like a 1%. Yeah, it's probably something like that. Oh wait, this is how we got here. So that's the way forward. Anything else in here? I don't think that there was. I could just drink this brandy here. Although I'm not like big on the idea of draining my strength. Like that Cyrodiil like brandy drain strength is kind of odd. Doesn't tell you the details. Yeah, I think the game kind of obscures how the formulas are made. It's probably by choice. This brings us back to the original area, which you've explored all the way. So now we're done with the dungeon. Not too bad. Just imps in this Thar dungeon. Smack. Anyway. We did check these, right? I'm pretty sure I would have. Seems like something I would have looked at. Yep, I very much did. So, to the Heartlands. That's where we go. Heavy armor and shield, yeah. I mean, I probably don't need to be using a shield with this kind of character. I probably could just get away with just one-handed thingies and that'd be it, but I figure we'll give the old college try. That's the way. What's up this way? Nothing. More adventures, that's right, my friends. And by more adventures, I mean more backtracking so I can find that one area with the statue that caught my eye. Whoa, Mr. Kubos! Thank you, man. Dare you to be awesome, says Kubos. Kubos, I think you beat me to it. Thank you, my man. That is very generous. Thank you, my friend. That is 2 heckin' years, by the way. 24 god-dang months. Thank you, Kubos. You're so generous. Thank you very much, my man. By the way, Kubos, I know you are a Skyrim lad. I remember that clip of you. I think it was Skyrim. Or Oblivion, but I want to say Skyrim. And there was a guard or a bandit who was like, have at you. Takes out sword. Removes sword. Puts away sword. Removes sword. Puts it back out. Removes it again. Sheath. Unsheath. And so, to celebrate, you got out of your chair and enacted the movements as well. It was a good clip. Kubos is a fellow variety streamer. And a handsome man and a scholar and a general. Scholar and a gentleman. Not a general. A gentlemanly general. Thank you, Kubos. That was a good-ass clip, dude. That was a good-ass clip. And I'm a fan of ass clips that are good. gonna check this little spire right here, but then I'm gonna double back that way and see what was going on with that one statue that caught my eye. It had me very excited. Could have been an Oblivion thing. I want to say it was Skyrim, but I could also see that happening in Oblivion. It is also on point. On brand. Kubos, how are your streams going? And do you have any plans for this weekend? Any fun streamy things that are on your docket? I do like how you can see the capital from very, very far away. It's a nice little touch. Can't nerf yourself to the level. You're very sweet, Kubos. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the kind words, as always, buddy. And thank you again for that reset, man. 2 years. That's a long fucking time, man. Holy moly. Ouch. It's a very long time. That is extraordinarily generous, but never an expectation. I hope you know. I'm just happy to have you here, buddy. Spending money and that kind of thing is never an expectation. Also, any fishies that could be slaughterified? The answer might be yes, but I'm also a little bit afraid because they are mean creatures. That's something planned for streaming. Very nice for this weekend. Tutorial for Godot. Oh, that's right. I have heard about that software. Yes. Clean out the kitchen. So, oh yeah. So it's like some cleaning projects. That's legit. That is legit. There are people that use that kind of doing something productive streams as a way to inspire them for their own productivity. That sounds legit, Mr. Kubos. That sounds very good. I'm looking for slaughterfish. It's not because I have like a slaughterfish fighting fetish, but because I have a quest, side quest even, to spank him good and bring the scales to a dude for a side quest so he can retire comfortably. These are already dead. Yep, we killed them earlier. Need someone to take responsibility. I can identify with that. I too could do for some overdue responsibility. Needs for responsibility, rather. I thought it was like closer to the coast, but maybe it wasn't. I remember I saw it. I happened upon it while I was exploring around here. And I was like, ooh, I saw a thing in the distance and I got excited. But I was like, no, I want to like do one thing at a time. I don't want to over commit. I probably should have taken a note of like where it was relative to other things. I did a very it had a very like distinct statue. That's it back that way. It might be here. I'm gonna go a little bit higher. That way I have the high ground, Anakin. This is a very steep hill, by the way. But it's all ass. I am down, Kubos. If you've got a good ass clip for us, and asses are involved, then I could not be more excited. Oh, that's a little scary. I wish to draw my sword, please. Thank you. Yeah, it's not too bad. Those wolves are sometimes not good. Although, that being said, we were using a fire spell, which that might be extra good against one of these lads. A very distinct valley and a formation here. Is this a fungus? It is, but it is not one that I can acquire. You underestimate my power. Top 5 favorite clips. It's a... I'm trying to think of another good ass pun. There's floor scrubbing and ass dubbing. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good rhyme, but still very good. Yeah, traipse through these flower fields and whatnot. I want to say it's going to be this way. That was a wolf? Nope, it's a mushroom. Isn't this striking? Almost like volcanic rock in a very lush heartland area. Seems a little bit out of place. Nothing of use. Five Finger says, am I Kubos? I've never seen you and Kubos in the same place together before, Five Finger, so the theory is not implausible. They say, give me the ass or else we riot. Kubos' viewers know the good shit, man. They know a good cake when they see it. They say, we need the cheesecake. And Kubo said, I got you. Aspirations, that's right. We're heading towards multiple statues. Hell yeah. Are they the statues I wanted to see, or are they going to be something else entirely? Only one way to find out, my friends. Now, this could just be one big waste of time, but what is an Elder Scrolls experience without a grotesque amount of explorification? Also, a random ass imp just chilling. Yeah. Smack. Don't mind if I do. We got the monk. It's the monk's hood, but whenever I see those words, I think of like monk should. Oh. Oh, it crashed. With no fanfare, it's just like, nap, I'm done. Instant crash. I've had the game crash before, but only when I was attempting to alt-tab around. There was no alt-tab attempt. It was just like, nah, I'm done. Just decided to die. Well, I hope I saved recently. I'm about to see how much progress we lost. Let this be a reminder to all of us and to myself. Save early, save often. I save pretty often, but when I'm exploring, I could be saving more often because there's less danger, you know, when you're just exploring around, just farting around in the overworld. So there's less things to be a risk. The butt end of my jokes. Thank you, Kubos. What's up, Wired Wolf? Oh, well, thank you for the compliment. Yeah, Wired Wolf, you probably got here right as the crash happened. Wired Wolf was like, hey, what's going on, Oblivion? And then the game was like, nah. The game said, nah. Yes, well, I was just saying, an Elder Scrollsian experience involves getting lost and exploring and wasting time and just fucking around, and then also the every once in a while crash. Infrequent crashes, yeah, it's like we all knew what was gonna be going down, including Alex's game. What's up, Whale? Good to see you, buddy. Just in time for my first in-game crash. Ooh, well, we lost a bit of progress. Did we, let's see, did we explore this? I think the answer is yes. Yeah, I think we explored this all the way. So, okay, not too bad, not too bad. The only thing that really happened is that I was like fucking around exploring because I'm trying to find where that statue was. Or this could all be one big waste of time, and the thing that I thought I saw was like inconsequential. It was next to Fort Nickel though. Let's go back. We fought a wolf. We fought like a, you know, a few imps. Nothing really, nothing substantial was lost. Yeah, we did have that moment earlier, Five Finger, where the game was like, oh, where it kind of, it scrunged up a little bit, but. And we've had that happen dozens of times. So the game like locks up, but the music is still going, and I can just Alt-Tab or hit the Windows key and kind of bring it in and back out of focus, or out and back into focus rather, and that usually does the trick. But for whatever reason, that time was like, ooh. It had something else going on. Oh, can't do the meal prep. I gotcha. Yeah, that's a very responsible thing to do, Wired Wolf. So I'm impressed you do meal prep. It can be a great way to save money and be mindful of nutritional intake, that kind of thing. But it does take time. It takes a lot of time to do, so I applaud your ambition to do it all, because I do not do meal prep myself nearly as often as I should. Although I do prepare my lunches whenever I have to go to the office. I will do that ahead of time, like usually the night before. That can be nice. Steam Deck. Oh, that is exciting, Whale. I'm glad, because I remember you said that you had ordered it, but it was like undetermined when it was going to get there, as it was just like sitting on the pending screen or a status for a while. And there's Shake. Thank you, Shake. My goodness, that's very sweet. Thank you, my man. Shake's raid have brought us to the correct number of extra life points. Thank you, my man. How are you doing on this fine day? That's what Shake was up to. Oh, not wake the box. No, shake the box. I mean, you can wake the box too. I mean, shaking him might wake him up. Pork and macaroni. Oh, that sounds actually pretty nice. Doing some RE4. Very nice, Shake. Very nice. Now, conveniently enough, Shake the Box, Resident Evil 4 is my favorite Resident Evil game. It has nothing to do with the fact that it's the only Resident Evil game that I've played, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about that little detail. It's an excellent game. Can I ask, is it your first playthrough, or have you played through it before and you're just kind of revisiting it? Here we go. This is the statue that I saw in the distance. I'm gonna save now, because the fact that it loaded in so suddenly like that makes me think that what caused the crash earlier was it attempted to load that area in, and something about my setup it did not like, because it caused the game to crash. So save early, save often. RE4, man, that's fucking great. And yes, Wired Wolf actually beat me to the question: if you're playing the PC version, are you playing the HD version? That one person with a small team has been working on. I think it's primarily been just one dude, and he's been doing a very good job of HDifying the PC port of Resident Evil 4. And it's like been a really impressive effort, to the point where the guy has actually like traveled to parts of Europe to take pictures of some of the IRL places that were used as like inspiration for the game. And some of the textures that he's used in the HD version are like using the photographs that he took as like the basis for the textures. So yes, anyway, it's an incredible HD kind of mod, and it's really, really substantial. And it just recently had its 1.0 release, although it's still being worked on. Also, I'm checking the water because I have a side quest to collect some scales of slaughterfishes for a dude, and he will pay us handsomely for it. Anyway, Shake, permadeath run. Oh man, with crowd control, holy moly, that sounds incredible. Next I should have the mod on. That sounds awesome, man. So yeah, you've played it before. You're doing permadeath, which is incredible, because there's some really tough sections in that game. Can I ask, do you have any fun or goofy outfits for Leon and or Ashley? I know there's the one where you can have Leon look like a mafia gangster, and Ashley can have like a suit of armor, which is kind of fun, and makes you bulletproof, so it is functionally quite useful as well. If you about installing it, yeah, that's a valid point of hesitation, I would say. Oh, hello. This dude was like struggling to cast lightning at us. He kept getting turned around. I'm guessing he's like coming around this side probably. I didn't even notice him. I just saw the lightning. Oh, I did hit him. He's attacking something else though. Oh, he's attacking the zombies. Oh, wait, no. Maybe the zombie just despawned. That's probably one he summoned. Oh, that was the last raid. Oh, okay. Yeah. Crowd control is the current thing, where death is probably allowed, because permadeath crowd control would probably last for about 5 minutes. I got you, yeah. So the fact that you've accomplished a permadeath run is, I think, quite impressive, because that is no small feat in my book. Yikes! Damn it. Could you please sit still and let me hurt you? Like a good boy. Or girl. Oh, are you dead? Oh, I thought they just like sank down. I was like, what in the world? Look at this fool running around, running away the way that I run away from fights like this to get the upper hand. Whoop. So it was a bandit hedge wizard. There might have been some marauders out and about that she was targeting earlier. Yeah, crowd control. Exactly, yeah. So they can do some wild shit, which will be a nightmare, most likely at times. At least at times. So yeah, my heart goes out to you, Shake the Box, for undergoing that. By the way, for those that don't know, Shake the Box is a fellow variety streamer. He does lots of cool stuff on his streams. When I think of Shake the Box, I think of his Noita streams. Ouch!
Now you will know pain.
Because I'm a fan of Noita, and I've seen him stream a lot of Noita, sometimes with things similar to crowd control, which is to say the Twitch chat integration, where people can either do things that are nice and help him, or very much are not nice and very much do not help the player. So it's a good time though, and Shake does a very nice job running his community and running his stream, playing a wide variety of games like a proper variety streamer, but still having like some common themes with his chat contributions, such as like crowd control, which is a really fun way to kind of mix it up. I'll admit, actually, I didn't even realize that there was a crowd control for RE4, but it makes perfect sense. Also, physics. We like them. Difficulty set to pro. 20 deaths already. Only 20? I'm impressed, actually. Fully upgraded. Well, yeah, actually, there might be some crowd control effects that do help the player. Things that are boons to the player. And that's kind of the fun, in my experience with crowd control, is having it be a war between help the streamer mentality and hurt the streamer mentality viewers. And it's a tug of war of sorts. Looking for slaughterfishes. Although my health is still a little bit low on that encounter. The encounters. So I should acquire some thingies, so it can help with making more potions later on. So I think we've already checked this area out. Oh, no, we have not. We have not been this far, actually. So it's another fort. Okay, once again, I'm trying to not get too distracted. Let's go back this way and resolve this first. Then we'll explore that fort, see what it's all about. So you can spoof some things, right? So there are ways to fancy it up for the player side of things. Very nice. I actually didn't realize that there were like tricks for it. That's kind of neat. Ouch. So far as I can tell, there's no bad guys left, but I don't know if I believe it. So there's kind of a structure there. Here's the statue we saw from a distance, and I knew there was something going down here. Base pistol run, yep, exactly. I'm sure there's ways to do it. Take a fuck ton of pistols. Yeah, it's there's some pretty tough fights in there in that game, so the fact that people have managed ways to do like pistol runs or something like that is impressive, to say the least. As you can imagine, I'm not going to try to like grab everything I see. It's because we only have so much inventory space, but I'll grab some of it. Making potions and such. By the way, Shake, if you have to hop off, or any of your very nice viewers that came along with the raid, if you have to hop off, I totally get it, because I know it is late. I should mention, though, I'm in the midst of my first ever playthrough of Oblivion. Never played it myself, ever, in my entire life. Never played this game. This is my first ever playthrough. This is stream number 5, so, you know, we're still in the early stages, for sure. Played a lot of Morrowind in my days, so I've had Elder Scrollsian experiences, but never of the Oblivion variety, so better late than never, I like to think. Even though, yes, I am very late to the party. And although I do not have alchemy as like a primary ingredient, primary skill, it's still a worthwhile one. So I can use it to make awful potions that I can then sell to shopkeepers and such, which is pretty nifty. Also, Shake, or any of your viewers that came through with the raid, were there any clips you would like to share? If there are any goofy moments or crowd control shenaniganry or horrible tragedies or excellent triumphs or anything like that, I'm always happy to take a look so we can all watch it together on stream. Or just in general, if Shake, if you have any other stream plans for the rest of the week or for this weekend for that matter. As it is Thursday. In fact, in some time zones, it is Friday. Well, no, I'm sorry. It's Wednesday, and in some time zones, it's Thursday. Sorry. I got ahead of myself. We're not that far off, though. The weekend will soon be upon us. Helps the... Yes, it helps the intelligence modifiers for leveling, which is real nifty. By the way, if anybody wants to know what our character looks like, I made him as sad and round and purple as I possibly could make him. And I think we did a pretty good job. He looks very sad and round and purple, so that's a mission accomplished, I would say, right there. See a chest over that way. Let's see if we can go around this way. I'm also wondering if there's an entrance to something somewhere, like a doorway somewhere. Like maybe something like this. Like exactly something like this. Perfect. So let's check that out in a second. However, this caught my eye. We're the grape boy. That's correct. Yes, we are. I mean, grapes don't usually mean sadness, but they are brown and purple. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Oh my god, Whale, how could I forget about gushers? What an excellent way to like summarize it. Yes. People in the gushers commercials. Jesus Christ, Whale, you just slapped me in the dick with nostalgia. It was a good dick slappage. And I'm grateful for the good dick slappage. That's incredible, Whale. Holy shit. Dude, I need to go out and motherfucking buy some gushers net, man. That is fantastic. Some nightshade, very good. Except I'm just a little bit over encumbered, but that's fine. Burden. Perfect. And our inventory is indeed a little bit on the full side. So I should probably drop some things. I don't know if I need 55 of these things. I'm going to drop 45 of them. It's 4 pounds right there. I have 5 pounds of this Morning Glory root pulp on me. What's the story, Morning Glory? Motherfucking gushers. I'm sure they are sugary and unhealthy as fuck, but man... That reference has ushered forth a snack attack that can only be fulfilled by picking up some motherfucking gushers next time I'm at the grocery store. Purple stuff in the Sunny D commercials. I don't remember the purple in the Sunny D commercials. I just remember the Sunny D being very orange and vibrant. Good old dick slap. Yeah, we were talking about the good old dick twist the other day. This is the good old dick slappage, which is related but different from the good old dick twist. Usually the good old dick twist has a negative connotation. The good old dick slap can be positive or negative. So needless to say, I definitely want to check out what's going on in this dungeon. This here dungeon arena. What a name too. Fanakaskul. Fanakaskul. By the way, see, it is a little bit after midnight. Probably going to go for another like half an hour or so. Now it did autosave. I'm gonna bring my torch out. Whipping out my torch on stream. Now, if there's undead like there were in the last dungeon of this style, we'll be using Churn Undead quite a lot. Because this style of dungeon reminds me of that one we were in a stream and a half ago. Not so much the rats. Less of those. Fewer of those, but... There was a dude in this hall, like in the previous one that we explored. It was across from the prison exit from the tutorial. But I'm wondering if we'll find more of those artifacts we need for that one collector gentleman. The good old dick twist. Yeah, it's not expected to be a positive experience. So yeah, if they hit you with the old dick twist, then don't expect positive vibes. In my experience. So something sees us. Or some things. It's the rat family. With the rat bones. Well, no undead yet. It's pretty quiet and no bandits either. I'm almost disappointed. But the dungeon is young. The dungeon, much like the night, is young. There's some undead arenas right there. Actually, yeah, I should be casting shield every so often as well. It's not a very high level shield, but it's still something. I only want to fight one of you, so you go away. Actually, I'm going to turn all of you. Ouch! So I can get that conjuration up and smack the shit out of him. Give me that bone meal. The bone juice. How do you guys like blue glow things? If your answer for how you feel about blue glowy things is anything other than I fucking love it, then I've got bad news for you. This dungeon's gonna be very glowy. There's a lot of undead in here. Now, hopefully undead don't slowly recover health like they do in some universes. This is an undead fucking orgy out here. God damn. Now, if I figure which of those rats was the biggest rats that makes all of the rules. Asking for a friend. Undead is a very useful thing to have at your disposal for situations like this where there's a fuck ton of dudes. And you don't necessarily want to fuck all the dudes. Sometimes you only want to fuck some of them. Oh, excuse me. Thump. Also, I did see we have a level coming up. The blue glowy things are very versatile. Well, they're very blue and glowy. Ouch. Oh, I've got diseased. Good thing I got that. Ouch. Get them potions. I'm over encumbered now. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and drink that potion now. Cure me of my horrible diseases. Shocking that zombies would cause diseases. I've never guessed in a million years. This motherfucker running the wrong way. You're gonna run away like a chump, at least run the right way. I'm gonna not let him touch that panel. No, you don't. We're slapping him away little by little. That mort flesh can actually be kind of cool. I'll leave it for now. Took a bit of damage there. These guys do not fuck around. Come on, turn undead. There we go. I don't really have a lot that damages them very well. I know they resist ice. was look at that. He's, even though he's still kind of turning, he was still fighting back. Get that conjuration up, baby. Who let this guy out? Who invited you? This guy sucks. They need a bath. Well, they got the stank, man. The zombie stank. Killed 2 of these zombies so far. Yeah, running out of enchantment, that's fine. Ouch. You're out! Personality's being drained. Well, that's lame. Somebody must hit me with something, which I do not appreciate. It's not cannibalism if they die twice. Sounds like a challenge to me. There's always that mace, which might be the better choice here. In fact, yeah, let's experiment. Well, of course, our weapons are pretty worn down. Not that worn down, though. Yeah, let's try the mace. Let's see if it, like, does substantially more damage, despite the fact that we're much worse with maces. I theorize that it probably will not. I can drain his shit. Yeah, the damage is pretty pitiful. It's cool how we're, like, absorbing something. Ouch. We are whittling them down, though. This is good crowd control, if nothing else. Doesn't have enough charge. That's fine. I don't care. I do kind of miss when, at least in Morrowind, it seemed that the enchanted weapons like this, they would recharge on their own. I don't know if that's actually the case. If they do recharge on their own, if it's just really slow. Of course, there are people that can recharge for us. Lots of conjuration, lots of blade. Turn Undead really earning its keep here. Thump. Was that the last one? It was. Wow, that was a lot. A lot of zombie dudes. Woo, doggy. That was a bunch. It was a bear-sized rat. Yeah, that's the biggest rat that makes all of the rules. Clearly. Mort flesh and bone meal for damage fatigue. What else do we got? It's about rat meat for damage fatigue. How much about damage fatigue and damage luck? Perfect. They recharge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you already knew what I was thinking about, Five Finger. Like, undead recharge or re-healing over time was very much a Morrowind, or a Diablo thing, rather. Fought a lot of dudes. Undead dudes, in particular. That Mort flesh is actually kind of nice for making some potions. It's heavy and it's not worth very much. Once again, our shit is getting a little full. Probably would make sense to drop some things that we were thinking of selling but wouldn't be worth much. I have an extra leather helmet somewhere along the way. I guess that's extra. Well, yeah, I'll just equip that one. $7 for 50 or 1 for 10. 7 for 50 is technically a worse deal, so I'll drop that one. We were fighting these guys for a minute, weren't we? Better use an item than a spell. Yes. Yeah. Oh, for the mace is doing... Yes. Oh, that was the other thing, too. Yeah, mace is doing like a... Oh, very good. Even like a... What was it? A 50% additional damage bonus. in Diablo 2. And maybe 1 as well. Yeah, from Morrowind, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Look at that, a ghost lad. We're just talking about ghosty friends. Just give that armor a second, it needs a minute. Let's go and zip, zap, zippity bop. We're chasing zombies and skeletons for quite a while. I don't think we chased any of them this far, though. Yeah, it's the rat family. The rat orgy. I explore this. Oh, it is locked. I will unlock it. Nope, no I won't. There we go. Antivenom. Wormwood leaves. Just that floor panel there. I might open that little door doohickey there. Maybe. If there is a door doohickey there to open, it means it might bring us to that ghost lad, which might be something scary to deal with. Demon and undead bashing, yes. Well, Diablo 2 is good for that. Diablo 1 is less good from like a, you know, screen clearing experience, but man, it is a classic. It's a different kind of classic, but a good-ass classic no less. A potion. Bloop. So we're not gonna use that one, but we will make those. Oops. Probably should have checked that first, but yeah, nothing there. Nothing for corn. I have all this corn and no use. It's no use. Damage health, very good. Probably it. Exactly. Yeah, there's a reason I have not played any of the Diablo games in man, when did that whole thing first start? I guess it was sometime last year, but yeah, I haven't played any Blizzard games. Specifically, the only Blizzard games I really care about are Diablo, but I haven't played any Blizzard games in probably about a year or so. And yeah, there's a lot that's been said about some unpleasant things about Blizzard, and you know, I get it. There's a lot of very unsavory things that a lot of very popular game companies have been getting got for. Blizzard being one of them. Ubisoft's had it, Riot Games, Nintendo. A lot of game companies have been up to some shit. It's hard to be a fully ethical consumer of games nowadays, but it's like I can at least try to avoid the unsavories when I can help it. Try being the operative term, obviously. Other things to drop, because my shit is still filling up. Unsurprisingly. That shield is quite nice. The fire shield element aspect of it is good. It's not amazing, but it's good. Damage fatigue 1 for 25 is pretty good. 2 points for 8 seconds. That's not very good. I might drop those. As far as things that are just not worth hanging on to. Or I could just repair things. Yeah, some things I would love to repair, but I just can't yet. But eventually, we might. These things, I believe, restore magicka. They're also just kind of nice and valuable, so they're good to just take back and sell, I think. This might just be the end of the line on this particular area, although this is a very churchy, kind of cathedral-y, cult worshipy kind of area. And the amount of undead is noteworthy. What's up, Van Oz? So good to see you, bud. Where am I? I've been enjoying some Oblivion. Yeah, we've been playing I've been playing for, yeah, I guess I've been streaming for about 3 hours and some change. Actually closer to 4 hours. I'll probably be wrapping up in 20 or so minutes, 20, 30 minutes, but we got a bit more ahead of us for sure. Got a few other areas to check out within this strange place. As well as another fort to check out afterwards. So no shortage of things to check out. Maximo on digital. Oh, very nice. Was that the... Would that have been the PS2 Maximo game, or were you... Because I didn't realize that there were PS3 games in that series, but when I think of Maximo, I think of like the PS2 games. As a kid, I never had a PS2 or any kind of Sony console at all, and I remember seeing commercials or advertisements for Maximo, and it looked really cool. I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna step on that switch, and let's see what will happen. All right. Now, are you a friend? Or are you a meanie? I'm gonna guess you're probably a meanie. I'm gonna get the drop on him. So he resists. Oh, because he himself is a frosty boy. Well, I have a couple of other ranged spells that aren't amazing, but they might just do what they need. I could also turn undead on him, probably. A lot of touch spells. Flare would do something. There's Major Wound on target. I've actually never used Major Wound. If it's doing anything, it's not abundantly clear. Now he is susceptible to turn undead. He has a lot of health. Can't say I'm surprised. Or she? She has a lot of health. Yeah, turn undead is not as long lasting as it is with the skeletons and zombinos. Can I pick up the ectoplasm? Like swish it around? No, I cannot. Yeah, I got on the PSN. Yeah, that makes sense. The PlayStation Network. Because that's how I play a bunch of PS1 games and PS2 games, is doing the exact same shit on my PS3. I don't have a PS4 or a PS2 or anything, but I do have a PS3. So that PSN accessibility is quite nifty. Now that one right there looks a little bit ominous. Let's check the other things in this room before I commit that one central piece. Also, this makes me think of like catacomb burial types of deals down here. These little notches. Dying in pain and fear. Well, I would not doubt it. The plethora of undead definitely makes me think that there was some shit going down. I don't know much about the Alied areas and their significance. So now I'm over encumbered. That's fine. It's like this lion pelt. Like, it's valuable, but it's very heavy. So not really worth. These things have a better ratio from value to weight. A better payoff. So an average lock. It's a coffer. There we go. Nothing amazing. I'll take all of it, but nothing that's like super crazy. I think that's it. We've explored all there is in this little area. Had some interesting things though, for sure. Let's exit back the way we came, and then go check out that fort. I'm gonna see if it's gonna close behind us. By far, the greatest challenge was just the sheer number of zombies. Skeletons too, but the zombies are much more involved. Our gear is getting whittled down, and we're losing durability, so it's, you know, we're feeling the pressure. some of them were devoted to some awful Daedra shit, I would not doubt it. That definitely tracks with how these things sometimes go. Whoops. It's that fort that we saw. I believe that was this way. It had its own entrance and everything. That loading area makes me a little nervous. We got pretty bad earlier by an unfortunate crash. There are Urnimers nearby. Fort Virtue. Oh, hello? Oh, wrong spell, no wonder. Yeah, they seem to be actually fairly susceptible to frost, which is surprising. Maybe they just don't have a lot of health, because they got all that fur, you'd think they would resist frost pretty well. But fire probably would be extra good, extra effective. Still enemies nearby. Oh, really then? Another structure over that way. Huh. I don't know, man. Seems pretty chill to me. So actually, I'm gonna check this out real quick first. Just because we have this other thing marked on our map. That was probably the enemy nearby. A vicious mud crab. Mr. Krabs. Secret entrances down here, anything? This seems like the kind of thing that would be more of a shrine of some sort. Oh, by the way, I think I had a level that I was supposed to indulge. Zibella. Ooh. It is fortify personality. Makes us a little bit more likable for a bit. Which is going to be very helpful as we're delving through these dungeons. And use our fantastic charisma to make them nervous around us. He's so handsome. That's what they'll say. That autosave. Let's grab another torch out of my seemingly endless supply of them. Torches that are somehow weightless. What's up, George? Our beautiful character. Our +10 personality means that our beautiful purple face is that much more beautiful and that much more purple. Not even... I mean, can you imagine... Alright, can we be real for a second? Imagine this lad with a head this large and like that shaped. So, how do I say this in a gentlemanly fashion? Would any mother want to pass this betwixt the birth canal? It would probably be very painful. So, yeah, it would be unpleasant. It'd be very unpleasant. You had a plum earlier. He might be related. His long-lost brethren. I think you might be onto something, George. How you doing, by the way, buddy? And I said you were playing some weird stuff on your stream not too long ago. Also, some Zambarinos. Can't say I'm surprised. Now, my weapon has completely lost its charge, but don't worry about that. Make him run away from us. I like how we opened the door for us. I'm guessing traps aren't a thing in this game, like in Morrowind, where doors and chests could be trapped in addition to being locked. And you would have to use a crowbar-like apparatus to jimmy jack the traps so they didn't like go off and fuck you up, because some traps in Morrowind were awful. Like, lots and lots of damage. Sometimes instant kill levels of damage. So I saw that ghosty with the mosty. Zombies back. I'm gonna deal with one of you assholes at a time. And by that I think I mean I'll infurify you as well. But it's a magic sword, so it does damage. It's not a lot, because it's getting a little bit weak. Ouch. I'm slowly chipping away. Riders Republic. I will admit, I do not know of this Riders Republic, but I'm curious. How would you describe it? Oblivion's going well, bud. We are indeed gaming. The legends are true. And we've been like a proper Elder Scrolls experience. I've been exploring, getting lost, had a couple of game crashes, so we've had more of what you'd expect. And these zombies are unpleasantly hardy. But we're getting there. Like looking around as I'm slapping this guy around, make sure I'm not bringing more horrors with me. Getting that conjuration up as well. For anybody curious what it is I'm casting Turn Undead. It's pretty much demoralize undead, but it's super cheap to cast. It's great for these dungeons where you've got high amount of undead things. No single one is horribly challenging, but because there's so many of them, it's like, yeah, I kind of need to kind of usher some crowd control. Also, this right here tells me that there's some shit that went down. Arrow traps or spiky traps or something. Say skateboard. Oh, very nice. Okay. Ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. Sounds very fun. Yeah, that's a corpse we've already killed, clearly. Oh, when did you get here? We'll let you pass through, see if that activates it. Yeah, nice. Sure enough. Confirmed there was some shit. So arrow traps, indeed, we would need to probably jump over that barrier. Or not the barrier, the floor panels. Whoops. There we go. Either potions I can burn through, or reagents I can burn through. I'm collecting the cycloplasm. I don't know what it's for, but it can be used to do. Oh, whoops, that sent us over the line. One toke over the line. Like how all of our weapons have the same amount of damage, and many of them are similarly getting whittled down. As far as something easy to drop, it's bear pelts, 8 for 30. It's actually not half bad. I think I'd rather drop these. This is 3 for 30. Oh wait, no, hold on. Yeah. This is that's actually a better deal. Never mind. I'm gonna drop these. I'll drop just the one. Say worse. Selling things for like how much money you get out of it ratio. So we have these right here to explore. Is there anything else here? This was the room where we fought the rats, killed the ghost. Oh, I can check the coffins. I wonder if this will be like in Morrowind, where sometimes when you raid a coffin, you'll run the risk of having a ghost spawn in and tickle your butthole. It's because it's for eating. Oh, just put it on a Nice slab of toast, maybe. Delicious. Put them on waffles or something. So just the one coffin was explorable. Let's try this real quick. This probably won't auto kill me in like one shot. Does it just jump over it? Oh! Ouch. Nope, still gets you. Anybody want some extra bones? Nice and crunchy. Got that good calcium. Nothing else. If I move lightly. Ouch! Even I was even like ducking. Does not matter. Not sure I remember anything. Well, the good news, George, is that I don't remember anything about this game either, having not played it. So I'm right there with you. It's all completely new to me. That's part of the fun things about going back to a game like this. If you haven't played it in a while, is kind of rediscovering it, because that's how it was for me with Morrowind. 4 or 5 years ago, I played it for the first time 4 or 5 years ago, for the first time in like 12 years, maybe 15 years. And I remembered some key things about the plot and some key dungeons, like, you know, some noteworthy things, but I'd forgotten so much more. So it wasn't a blind playthrough or a first playthrough, but it was... Look at this very obvious trap, by the way. It was my first time in a long time. So there was like enough I had forgotten that I kind of rediscovered it as I was going through it, and what made for still a very enjoyable experience. And I streamed the whole thing and it was great. So when it comes to like the older Elder Scrolls games, sometimes they just hit different, and of course there are people that enjoy watching people play it for the first time, like in my case, or watching someone rediscover it. It is also legit. The fool rushes towards me like he has some kind of death wish. I'm happy to oblige him. You were 11. Oh man, yeah. I think I'd be curious to see your kind of perspective, George, as someone who played it as a kid who has nostalgia for it, and then kind of seeing it how it holds up. I think you would have a very unique perspective to offer. So if you ever were to stream a game like this, I'd be down to tune in and see what the old Georgian take is. That does kind of bring a unique perspective, especially if there's a lot of things you've forgotten. I bet you probably remember more than you might think. All that. Check this coffin. Sea stride for water walking. Very nice. I'll take your ring. I will not take your bones. I have dignity sometimes. An average lock. No, wrong one. We got that apprentice level of the lock picking, so we're not punished as badly for fucking up a lock. A tumbler, that is. Entropic touch. It's actually not that good, but it's fairly light. And has an okay value, so we'll take it, but not worth very much. Are there more bad guys nearby? There are. Unsurprisingly. My nose keeps itching. Might have to deactivate some... That's a fair point too, yeah. Yeah, there are some mods for all the Elder Scrolls games that can introduce some content that is, you know, great, and even maybe even lore appropriate, but yeah, might not be stream appropriate, sadly. Because that's the one thing that Twitch always clarifies, where games with, you know, nudity or that kind of thing is perfectly fine. If it's like organically baked into the game, but yeah, if it's modded content, then it can be a little bit tricky. I remember, so I'm in a Morrowind modding Discord server, because I have made many, maybe not many, but I've made 3 mods for Morrowind, with ambition to make more. And I remember when I first joined the Discord server, I was like, oh yeah, let's see what kind of stuff they have here. And the Discord server had many channels, has many channels, and they have a channel that is dedicated towards NSFW mods. And I was like, yeah, cool, I'll check it out. Because there's some stuff in Morrowind lore, you know, the 6th house in particular, that has some lore that yeah, delves into some, you know, some unpleasant stuff. Like, yeah, he has a knife in him, by the way. Some, you know, things happening to the cultist bodies as their transformation takes hold, that kind of thing. So anyway, I was like, yeah, let's see what kind of stuff they have here. And I was like, wow, there's people talking about impregnation mods. I'm just like, you know, things like that. And I'm like, all right, I'm not surprised that there's a thing for this kind of thing. Am I bothered by it? Not in the slightest. Is it my cup of tea? Not really. But you know what? There's something for everyone out there, and it's a beautiful thing. So there are some very unique mods, certainly for Morrowind and probably for Oblivion and Skyrim as well, that add in some very unique functionality. Nude mods are okay. Nude mods are not okay, unfortunately. It's the idea is that if a game has like nudity or even like sexuality baked into the game, and it's not a banned game from Twitch, then it's probably fine. Like, you know, I can fire up Diablo 3, and Diablo 3 has succubi with large, jiggling, milky personalities bouncing all over the place, and Twitch is totally fine with that because that's just part of a shipped product. But if I were to mod the game to alter how the boobulars looked, then I'd be in trouble. So yeah, so modded games are where Daddy Twitch steps in. But if it's an unmodded game and there's like sexual content, so long as it's not on the banned games list, because there was a lot of games that are forbidden because of explicit sexual content. So, but like, you know, implied sexual stuff or even nudity is fine, so long as it's organic. Stranglehold today. Oh, very nice. That'd be a cool one, yeah. Yeah, I know of that game, George. I haven't really watched much of it, but it looks and sounds fantastic. There's tentacles, D-Man. Yeah, that if it's like vanilla and unmodded, then it's perfectly fine. Impregnation mods. You joke, Five Finger. I've seen things, man. Well, at least I read things. I'm not gonna say like it was horrible and I wish to unread it or unsee it, because it was pretty tame, honestly. But it was like, this exists. I didn't know it exists. I'm not bothered by it, but you know, noted. That's kind of what comes to mind. So with that being said, friends, I've done a lot of exploring. We've done very little progress to our main quest. So many things to get distracted by. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head back to town briefly, sell a bunch of shit, get my stuff repaired, and then we'll venture out again, and then that is where we will end it for the night, because it is getting late. I have work in the morning. In fact, I've said earlier, I have to get up early. I'm gonna be at an off-site location all day, well, most of the day tomorrow, and I'm so thrilled. I'm so very thrilled. I'm not like horribly dreading it, but I'm not looking forward to it, between you and me. Skyrim VR mods, I am not surprised. I would imagine any kind of VR mod workshop economy is going to have a healthy dosage of, you know, Hort and cheesecake and all the wonderful things that, you know, can be fun. I'm not going to stand in front of you, dear viewer, and be like, I am a Puritan. I am offended by Hort on Maine. Come on, man. We all enjoy just a little bit of that kind of stuff. It's fine. You know, this is no shame. This is a shame-free zone. But when it comes to streaming it, yeah, that's where you have to be a little more careful. Dagoth Impreg. Yes, Dagoth Impreg. Just what I wanted. Just what I've always wanted. I wanted it even though I didn't know I wanted it. So like some Hort and some edginess makes sense. No, I can't. Yeah, I can't do Shift Tab and run because Shift Tab is a Steam overlay, which I guess I could disable, but nah, I'm unbothered. I just want to gaze into this ultimate Chad's glowing red eyes as he marches back towards town. What an absolute Chad. Like I said, we got some stuff to sell and some things to repair. Probably also recharge my weapons while I'm at it. Because I've yet to recharge a damn thing. Unless it's cheaper to use the charge things that we got. Look at that. Athletics. Rate of generation. Fatigue regeneration is good. We just got really good at running better. Hornt on main? Hell yeah. But they did approve it, George. That's what matters. They did approve it, so it counts. Market district's gonna be up here. Yeah. Let's go right through the middle. Whoa, we jump really high. What the fuck? My athletics went up, but my acrobatics did not. Like our jump just got good. Real good. Eardrop, says Mr. JD. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Ooh, that sounds very unpleasant. I'm sorry to hear you dealing with some ear unpleasantness. Because, yeah, ear blockages or ear infections can be very unpleasant.
Hello.
But it's able to clear up fairly soon. Oh, over encumbered. Actually, that's a good opportunity to try to do some more potions. For burden. Delicious. And more burden. And corn? No, nothing for corn. Friend doing Sonic art. Oh my god. Wait, is it George's emote? George, can you post it? It's not the heart one, is it? Oh, it is the heart one. Oh my god. All right, so I will confess to you, dear viewer, every time I looked over, I would just see it as like the pink. I never let it stay on with my eyeballs long enough. Hold on, I gotta like... Yeah, that's incredible. I have to zoom in, as my chat is kind of far away with the way I've got my windows configured. That is incredible and cursed. And I would have it no other way, George. Ear blockages, yeah, just nothing's getting through there. It is not fun. I've never had it, or if I have, it's been a long time, but it sounds awful. It's small. Well, I mean, all Twitch emotes are small. That's the challenge of trying to come up with emote designs and whatnot that are like, there we go. We got one. Emote designs that are unique and like fun, and also, you know, abiding by Twitch's rules, but also designed in such a way that where it's like relatively easy to see. This is easier said than done, by the way, but relatively easy to see, like, without having to mouse over it to like enlarge it. Is that's hard to do, man. It's hard to like come up with designs and then of course drawing the damn thing in such a way that, yeah, is like actually so that it's like actually visible, like easily visible, that is. This one right here.
It's you. Hi.
Swimmer's ear, that's right, I remember Swimmer's ear. I don't know if I ever had it, but I had some friends that did. I was never that much of a swimmer when I was a kid, but enough. Copious coin purse. This guy likes us. We're gonna sell a bunch of shit to him.
It is good to see you again.
I have many things to sell, my friend.
And lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
All 4 silver arrows. I don't even have a bow, so I have no reason for it myself. Bunch of amulets and rings.
A good price for a good.
So we'll get this repaired. No, he won't buy everything from us, but he'll buy a lot of things for sure. This shield, I think I might just sell this shield. It's pretty nice, but I don't know if it's nice enough to truly warrant having like a heavy armor focus. Lots of potions. Potions are by far the greatest source of my income. 12 damage health potions. 3 points for 12. That's a pretty substantial kind of poison effect, honestly. Damage and luck.
You've made
Personality.
An excellent
Frost Shield's kind of nice. I'll take that one. Keep that one, rather. Cure Disease. We had that come up earlier. Cure Paralysis is good. Cure Poison. I have a lot of healing potions. I could probably, excuse me, stand to get rid of some of them. And of course, Restore Fatigue. Another thing that I'm happy to get rid of.
An excellent.
Yeah, let's sell these because they're fairly heavy. An excellent.
You got a.
Restore Intelligence. Get out of here.
For a good customer.
15 points for. Wow, that's really good. Maybe I should hang on to some of these. Because that's a substantial amount of damage. That's crazy. Resist Poison. It's not very good. I'll sell that one. Alright, what am I doing? I need to be doing this before I start wheeling any deals with this man. I got this guy, which does raise my mercantile. Not much, mind you, and of course the armor is borked. But it does mean we get more bang for our buck this way.
And lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
It's not much of a difference, but it is a difference. I get rid of the pellets just because they're fairly heavy. These, I think, restore magicka, so I'm just going to sell those. I think I will keep this Greater Soul Gem. That actually could come in handy at some point. There's a light in the camera. Oh, yeah. Ooh, wouldn't want to... Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't want to risk anything. And yeah, I don't know if I necessarily care about seeing things, but... the idea of something like that would do a good job of cleaning things out does sound nice, but... yeah, obviously a lot has been said about Q-tips being a little bit dangerous sometimes, and other ear cleaning apparatuses, if used incorrectly, can, yeah, be a little scary. Obviously, as long as you're not jamming it in there, it's probably fine, but still. I think exercising hesitation is understandable. The Entropic Touch, not so much. Rallying Touch could be good, or Inspiring Touch, I guess. The good touch. Anything else I wanted to sell? Ectoplasm is not worth a small amount, but it's not really worth enough, I don't think, to sell. I think I'd rather use it for more potions and such. Resist Frost is good. Just sell a bunch of these. The Water Walking could be nice. I'll hang on to that one. Installation. Except it's not a very... it's only 15%. I guess I'll sell that one.
That's a fit.
Get rid of those. Potion of Fatigue, no thank you. Dispel, we actually have a spell for a Dispel, so if we had something that we really want to get rid of, that'd be an easy way to do it. Resist Poison, that's a really good one. Not a very good Resist Fire, only 12%. Unless we could stack them. Guess I could try it. 9%, ooh, that's pretty lame. I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, I guess I'll keep some of those. So, that being said, we've lightened our load significantly. I need to get my shit repaired and also my shit recharged. Functions would be very bad. Would be very, very bad. Would rather avoid that if I can help it. Also, we've leveled our destruction and many other things quite a bit, so we might be able to get some new spells. We could afford them previously, but I wouldn't have been able to use them. It's like our stats were not good.
Good day.
Not sufficient. Was there a lady who would hang out here sometimes? Okay, he's checking up on me. Smart guy. I'm probably thinking of the other place.
Let's hear it.
This is the guy that has the cheap spells.
What can I... Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Can drain destruction on targets. 3 to 4 to 5 fatigue. Summon Scamp. I've got a lot of money. The idea of just having a bunch of summon spells doesn't sound horrible. That'd be Conjuration or alteration? Conjuration makes the most sense. It's the clothing store. Mystic, this is the one, yes. Here we go. This has the
Welcome to the
presumed husband and wife double duo.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
So probably nothing here per se, but
let's do business.
for spellifications, electric touch, I'll go and grab it. Night Eye. I feel like I don't need a Night Eye spell, but maybe it would be nice. Flame Touch, sure. I've got money and I'm throwing it around all willy-nilly. Major Dispel. Big Dispel. Also summon Zombie. Zombies are tanky bastards. Frenzy, there's the Touch of Rage. I'll grab that too. Bought out that man's stock.
You too.
What?
Gotcha. You are so luminescent, lady.
Only
He's like, what?
for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Oh, I could just get the scales. Except, I think he specifically wants, like, the good scales. Not just any old scales will do. And nothing else here.
Always keep your magical equipment charged.
Wow, that's expensive. Jesus. I don't know if that's worth it, man. Ooh, 1,200 to recharge this sword. I don't know if it's worth it since, like, I don't really have swords or, like, you know, melee as being like a primary focus. Wow, that's expensive. Good lord. The things I was selling earlier, the crystals, those were for restoring magicka. But there's another kind of crystal that can be used to restore charges. Oh my god, Game Fox, thank you, my friend. Conjuration, yeah. I mean, Conjuration's been treating us pretty well. Thank you, by the way, Game Fox, that very kind raid. Apologies to any viewers who might experience, like, sensitivity to bright lights, because there's a woman on screen right now who probably glows in the dark. She is very luminescent. Oh, the game just crashed. Wouldn't you believe it? I was alt-tabbing so I could do some things, and clearly I alt-tabbed just the right way. Thank you, Game Fox, for that very nice raid. How's Pokemon Coliseum going for you, bud? We are playing Oblivion. Oh, I was playing Oblivion before the game decided to crash on my ass. I'm relaunching, though. I'm relaunching. We would have autosaved pretty recently, so I don't think we lost much progress. It's more annoying than anything. No, it's not your fault. I was alt-tabbing around so I could heck with a few things. Thank you, Game Fox. That's very sweet. We got Ellen. We got Game Fox themselves. We got Supernova, Peachy Green. Lots of cool folks here. Thank you for being here, friends. We're continuing my first ever playthrough of Oblivion. I started this, yeah, like I said, it autosaves pretty often. We started this playthrough about a week ago. It was Monday of last week, so this is stream number 5 of Oblivion. It's my first ever playthrough. I've played the crap out of Morrowind, but I've never played this game. And it's been good so far, even though it's been kicking my ass sometimes. But it's an enjoyable ass kicking. And that's what matters. Yes, need to get things repaired, and yeah, we're looking at getting things recharged. A weird conversation that just happened. But recharging things is so expensive.
Always keep your magical equipment charged.
Like, this one's not too bad, but god damn, 1,200, are you kidding me? That's a lot of money, and we can afford it, but we don't have that much money, so I'm a little bit hesitant. Now, what I did do is I bought out this man's stock of a lot of spells. And I will do exactly that. Electric Touch, Flame Touch, get this Night Eye spell, Major Dispel, which is good, Summon Zombie, Touch of Rage, getting all that good. And to do what you set out to do, but got more grinds. So I'm guessing you, like, got, like, past a fairly major hurdle in the game, but if you have some big final boss grind that's coming up.
I'm waiting.
That is good to know. She looked pretty cursed. Yeah, she, maybe she was glowing so brightly. The game just couldn't handle it and it just folded. My graphics card just melted. It just couldn't handle it.
I'm sure there's something.
So the good news is we do have, Destruction at level 50. So some of these we might be able to buy, or use even. Like this one, weakness to magic. It's not a bad one, actually. 25 to 30% is not small. Just getting to the boss is a grind. I do not doubt it. I do not doubt it. Thank you, by the way, to Game Fox, by the way. Game Fox TV, a fellow variety streamer. Much like Shake the Box, who made this earlier, Game Fox TV is a fellow variety streamer. I know we've watched them play Minecraft on their stream and a few other things, and they're currently midst of Pokemon Coliseum. I remember you mentioned Game Fox. He had a number of very cool games kind of queued up in the future as far as things you'll be streaming, which is all very exciting. Soul Trap is something that will come in handy eventually. Yeah, this looks like as far as things that are very good spells that require 50 or higher destruction, there's only one of them that we could use, and it's this one right here. Should I go and grab it? Weakness to magic, not half bad. Could come in handy if there was something that was resisting our magic casting advances. Otherwise, though, yeah, I don't know if I want to bother with. Well, I've been down there apparently. Don't know if I want to bother with recharging things this way. Might see if I can maybe buy or just find things that can recharge our equipment for us. So we did happen upon it not too long ago. Otherwise, the other thing I wanted to do is to get my shit repaired.
Hi there.
Remember what this place offers. Coliseum's a good-ass game, but yeah, I've never played it, but I've watched people stream it and it looks incredible.
Let's get to training.
And this is the guy that loves to do the sneakies.
Good day.
Hello again. You're more than welcome here.
So yeah, she is an alchemist.
Electric moves with such grace. I wonder what it is she does.
By the way, Game Fox, do you have any clips you would like to share from the stream that just ended?
Have a look at my wares.
Because if you did, I'd be happy for us to all kind of watch together and enjoy any fun, silly, or goofy moments. You might have shared. Also, tobacco's in this game. Resist paralysis, restore fatigue, damage magicka. I guess it makes sense.
Bye.
Oh, is there anything I would want to sell to her?
Hello again.
Let's double check.
I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
But I think the answer might be no. Yeah, nothing here.
Goodbye.
Because yeah, whenever somebody rates me, I'm trying to be on the. I'm trying to be on the.
How are you?
Having a good habit of like asking for like, yeah, if there's any fun clips that people would like to share, that kind of thing. Because you've done me a solid favor by rating me. The least I can do is of course offer to see if there's anything I could do for you in return. Since you've rated me, so it's like if there was something you wanted to plug or something you wanted to share, you're more than welcome to do so because we're happy to have it.
My wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
These things are very nice and expensive. Let's repair all these, really. I'm kind of surprised that one doesn't have like the magic. Oh, it's because it's not equipped, that's why. Look, this goes from 0 to 100 for 13 gold. That tells me it is not a very durable piece of equipment. Now, armor-wise, it's actually comparable, really. Comparable to this guy. 3 and 3, so it's you know, really the same as far as an armor rating, but it has that extra benefit of buffing our mercantile, which is nice. Got a YouTube channel? Yes, if you want to link that shit, Wolf, or I'm sorry, Game Fox. Why'd I say Wolf? What the heck? Maybe I'm getting tired too. If you want to link that stuff, Game Fox, you can post a link to it in the chat, because that is a very valid thing to, that is worth plugging. That is a very good thing to talk about, because getting them YouTube clicks, I understand all too much. That is a very important thing to make sure people know about. Have a good night, Five Finger. I'm not too long behind you, by the way. We'll probably be wrapping up in a bit. Is there any other things I wanted to do in town? We definitely wanted to sell a bunch of stuffs, repair a bunch of things. I wanted to get things recharged, but then I saw them prices and I got a little nervous. It'd be one thing if we had like amazing equipment, but this is all intro level stuff since we're still so early on in the game. We did get a lot of new spells though, which is exciting. And I think what I will do is I will probably say that's enough for now as far as town explorations and such. Keeping this extra armor. Keeping all 3 of our weapons. We have this one. If we needed something with a magic effect, we got this guy. We still have other repairing tools. We got these repair hammers. Not a lot of them, but we have a few of them. Repairing our more mundane equipment. I think what we'll do is we'll head out back west again and resume our explorations. It's a hobby. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm a hobbyist content creator, and I totally understand. And it's tricky juggling YouTube and Twitch and other social media things. If you have a Twitter account, or if you're on TikTok or Instagram, it's so hard keeping it all spinning. It's like you're keeping a bunch of plates spinning, and it can be a grind. It absolutely can be. And there's no shame in admitting that, because I know it definitely feels that way for me sometimes. But the best way in my opinion, the best way to go about these things is to help each other out. You know, help each other self-advertise. I think it's something I very much encourage, and that goes for anybody who's watching. If there's anybody if there's anyone who is working on something, or you yourself are a content creator, or there's a YouTube video you're working on, or a stream you're excited about coming up soon, or just anything along those lines, I always want to make sure I'm vocalizing that it's okay, and I encourage self-promotion here. The only thing I always try to clarify is I just ask that people don't try to, like, you know, draw people away, which never happens. But I always just say, like, you know, don't try to be like, don't watch this guy, watch me instead, or that kind of thing, because that's kind of lame. But that's never been a problem, so I'm not the slightest bit concerned. Like I said, we're venturing back out west. Our main quest is up this way, and I got a little distracted going through some side dungeons and raiding some barrels and trash bins for repair hammers and gold and lockpicks and such, because you never know. You never know when you might find something good in people's garbage bins, alongside shears and inkwells and tan pitchers. Yo, Juzz, good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Good evening to you as well, my friend. As a heads up, we will be wrapping up in a bit, because it is getting quite late. It is getting quite late, or rather, it's not getting late. It has gotten late. Let's not mince words. But don't you worry, because we got this purple hero to admire and also look forward to seeing more of, because I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Dear viewer. Ah! Alright, just took a little bit of fall damage. Fall damage in an Elder Scrolls game. Would have never guessed. Yeah, we're gonna keep with this tomorrow. We'll resume more of this adventure tomorrow. We'll pick up where we left off, heading westward, heading to the Wine and Priory, so that we can continue the main quest and see what is next for us, my friends. In fact, we might even get halfway, like, to our destination before I have to turn back to sell and repair things again. It's a good problem to have when there's... Actually, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can, like, give him the scales I have.
I don't know what I'll do if you don't get those scales for me. The Romara slaughterfish are a special breed.
Nastier than the regular kind. Yes. Yes, yeah. I learned all too well that those things are pretty gnarly. Also looks like he has no interest in them until I bring him the good shit. Look at this, a random ass adventurer. Ass adventurer. Hello.
It's you. Hi.
Oh, she's so excited to talk to us. Apparently, I've talked to her before.
Leave me alone.
All right, cool. Nice talk. It's like, I don't remember talking to you, but apparently you remember me. I guess with a face like this, I guess we leave an impression on people. Can't say what it is, but there's just something about it. And there's just something about it. Seeking the good shit, the rule of life. I think so. I think you're probably onto something, Josie. Actually, yes, while we're on the topic of good shit, let's fight a slaughterfish. I'm gonna win, alright? I'm gonna win, and I'm definitely not gonna get my butt stomped inwards. Is that one right there? We need to kill these slaughterfishies for the quest. You know what? I'm gonna experiment with this, because I talked about this last time. Part of my problem might be the fact that I'm relying too much on magic, or not magic, on melee. Maybe I should be relying more on magic. Ouch. It's a lot of damage. So that does do it. But of course you have to get up close and personal, but it does do it. It's 2 slaughterfishes worth. And it uses a lot of magic. Yeah, honestly, I almost feel like I might regret going more into blades. I almost feel like I should have just gone and just like made destruction my main up close damage deal as well. I still could, obviously, but just the downside means that the swords we've been leveling into would kind of fall away. I guess it would still be useful though, because at that point, swords and blades would be useful for when we're out of magicka, which does happen. If I do my job well, it shouldn't happen too often, but you know, we all know how it goes. Damn. Curious. He didn't even react. He has a lot of health too. There we go. Let's see what he drops. It's a deer. Venison. Why am I even surprised? It would probably do well to follow the main path, at least for the bit. Man, they have a lot of health, though. It's like, why bother? Venison is heavy. Of course, it has some restorative properties, which is nice, but... it's quite a lot. It's quite a lot to deal with. And eventually we'll get better projectile spells. We'll get like greater... we'll get like Fireball and Frostball and Spark Bolt and all that jazz. What the fuck are you? The random ass dude. Random ass bandit. Ah, yes, the good old ass bandit. Were you acting alone or did you have homies? You appear to be acting alone. Much like the cheese, the bandit stands alone. I'm guessing that's just a thing that happens. It's not like you are near a bandit encampment. You just happen to walk by like a randomly spawning one. Or just out and about sometimes. Yeah, we saw this valley earlier. It's not so much a valley because it's leading upwards, but still. We saw this formation earlier. Of course, if this was Morrowind, I'd be more tempted to go more as the crow flies, as opposed to following a specific path. But thankfully, the path is pretty straightforward. Oh, game crashed again. Fuck, man. It's a shame. Maybe that's my sign to call it. I'm curious to see when the last autosave was. It might have been exiting one of those buildings. That might just be my sign to wrap it up for the night. So yeah, it was after. Did we repair things? We did. We'd repaired things. Obviously things were still uncharged, but we'd repaired stuff and sold stuff. Okay. Well, that's lame. That is the 3rd crash we've had tonight, which is a lot more than usual. Like I know it's a Bethesda game. I get it. All the memes, they're all there, and they came from somewhere, right? All the stereotypes of Bethesda games and having crashes and having bugs. Yes, this is all accurate. But this actually hasn't been too bad for us until tonight. Like tonight, it's been extra crashy.
I'm listening.
Greetings to you.
I talked to you before.
What do you want? 3 brothers have some good merchandise. Take care.
Sometimes an NPC just strikes me. I'll be like, wait a second. Your face. I've seen your face before. New Vegas? Yeah. Any Bethesda game, you're gonna have some crashes. Even Morrowind, the love of my life, Morrowind. Love it dearly, but it too has been known to have some issues from time to time again.
What is it?
Stands to reason, though, that sometimes you just gotta save early, save often. That's really all you can do. Thankfully, this game is fairly generous with the frequent autosaves. As much as I love Morrowind,
Yes?
I will admit that Morrowind doesn't autosave nearly as often as this game.
Master Umbacano is a fine gentleman. Mad for old Aliad stuff, true, but he's got the dosh, so it's all right, ain't it?
The dosh. Good term.
I got no complaints. Kind of an arrogant bastard, if you get right down to it, but he pays us well enough.
He's a well-paying bastard.
Uh-huh. Whatever you say.
It's just older. That's a good point, too. It's older game on a newer operating system. And I'm playing with no mods. 0 mods whatsoever, although I am using settings on my graphics card drivers to apply anti-aliasing. So I am technically violating what the game wants me to do, because it doesn't by default let you use high dynamic range and anti-aliasing simultaneously. So the fact that I'm doing that through my graphics card drivers means I'm kind of breaking the rules a little bit. It's a pretty small one, though, at least so I thought. So just shit like that is probably contributing. But like you said, GameFox, it's just an older game. That's just how it goes. Especially in this era of PC gaming, PC and console gaming, where sometimes it took some extra elbow grease to get games like this to run better, to run okay, rather. And that elbow grease need has not gone down in the intervening years. I'm trying to keep an eye for them slaughtered fishies, because they are very unpleasant creatures. But I must kill. I must obliterate all of them for the sake of that one side quest. It was this body of water here. We saw one earlier. Of course, my fatigue or stamina is way down. Jumping around like the way that I am is not exactly doing me any favors. There it is. That's the very same. So it says enemies are nearby. There might be a mud crab somewhere, or it's referring to this lad. Now I wonder, could I zap him from afar? So he's kind of on the tip. It is damaging him. They have so much health. It is hardly registering. We could be here all day, or I could be a gamer and zap his nuts off. Weakness to fire. Now let's do this one. I mean, I don't know if they're weak to electricity, but it would make sense that they would be. Oh, acrobatics. Cool. You can attack while jumping or falling, but no power attacks. Just regular attacks. Good to know. Gotcha, bitch. The old 2-tap blast. And he had 1 gold on him somehow. I'm not going to question where that 1 gold was lodged. And what part of his anatomy was that gold coin shoved into? So that being said, friends, there's our orc friend. She loves us, by the way. She thinks we're the coolest. Hey, lady, excuse me, lady.
What do you want, Ashborn?
I think she means assborn.
I'm waiting.
She thinks we're so cool.
Stop talking.
Yeah, she really likes us. Anyway, that's where we're going to end it, friends. We're going to continue the path to Chorrol, or Chorrol, however you pronounce it. This way, because that'll nudge us in the direction of our main quest. I'm going to save before the game crashes on me for the 4th time tonight. And there it is.